Hey Tony.
Hello,
Hey
how are
John.
you?
Doing good. How are you?
Mm. Hi, Katrina. Hi, Nick. Hi, Tony.
Hello.
We're still waiting for Pam,
Everyone,
John, and then Heather said she was going to be a couple minutes late, probably.
Works for me. New computer. I got to get everything set up again.
Getting used to a slightly new setup here too.
And I'm just remembering that town hall heat turns off, and I'm freaking freeze tonight. So I got my gloves on.
You're stuck in town hall.
I just stayed because it's easier than having a 3.5-year-old sitting on my lap during a meeting.
Yeah.
So I'm here, but it's freezing. So we'll just wait a couple minutes for our fearless chair to arrive. Is anybody else having trouble hearing when I'm speaking?
No.
No. Okay. Katrina, I didn't hear you when you just spoke.
hello.
Okay, just checking.
Maybe I clicked unmute and remute too fast.
John, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Julie. Thank
Okay,
you.
good. No problem.
Now I just can't spell.
Pam is logging in now, she says.
Even if the jump is hard to swallow.
Surprisingly, the meeting isn't any more boring than usual.
Silence is golden sometimes.
I tried to call her again to see if she's having technical issues and she didn't answer, so I don't know.
Just run across the street.
I'm trying to conserve all the warmth I can get.
I'm sure there's documents you can burn.
Just don't want to set town hall on fire.
Because that's bad, right?
I like my job. I like my office. I don't know, I think maybe since it's been a while, I think maybe we should get started. Does anyone want to stand in as chair until Pam arrives? Heather has told us that she was going to be a little late tonight, so she's not on the call yet, I don't think.
Just calling up the agenda. Sure. Let's call the CPDC meeting for January 10th to order.
Okay. So hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight for the CPDC meeting of January 10th. With me on the call tonight, well, there's me, Julie Mercier, Community Development Director, Andrew McNichol, Staff Planner from Town Hall. This is a meeting that's all remote. It's a Zoom only meeting. From the CPDC tonight, we have Nick Safina, John Weston, Tony Durezzo, and Katrina Meyer. We're waiting for Pam Adrian and Heather Klisch to join us in a little while. Over Zoom, we ask that you please remain muted unless you've been called on to speak. And if you'd like to speak, you can use the raise hand feature, which I think you can find under reactions at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Or you can raise your hand and one of us will see you. And then once the chair acknowledges you, you can please speak, state your name and address on the record, and then share your comments with us. And otherwise, please remain muted. And I think that's all, except to note that this meeting is also being recorded by RCTV. Thanks.
Okay, so it looks like the first and only order of business right now is the continued public hearing for the proposed zoning bylaw amendments, section 10.5 of the 40R overlay district.
Yeah, that's correct. The entire agenda tonight is devoted to the conversation about the 40R bylaw. So we have a draft staff proposal that was put together prior to the first discussion of this, and then amended in the weeks since December 6th. We did get some feedback from a couple CPDC members, which we've included on the document. And then today we received a marked up version from some of the residents in town who are on the call tonight. So that the version they used was a prior version, but that's all right. The comments, a lot of them are still relevant, and there's some very interesting ideas included. So I wanted to start by asking CPDC members if you would like us to run through the entirety of the staff CPDC proposal and then do the resident proposal, or do it section by section and kind of show what it is that staff and CPDC are talking about, and then show what it is that the residents are talking about. So take the comments from the public kind of as we go. We think either way could work fine.
Yeah, I think if you can maintain control, I really want to solicit as much input from the town that volunteered all these opinions, right? We want to make sure we get to all of those. So whatever allows for that, I'm all for.
Okay, from that perspective, if others on the CPDC agree, I think it makes sense to do it like section by section and kind of hash through each area, or at least hear all sides of everything before we move on to the next section. So I'll be doing the screen share tonight, and I have both of those documents. So let me just get them. Just get them ready. Okay, so how does this look for everybody? Is it a good size? Can you see the margin? Okay. All right, so this is just taking it from the top. It's our January 10th version. The Downtown Smart Growth District bylaw with some amendments included. Okay, so Andrew and I started by just updating this definition of the design standards, which includes some dates of when the design standards were originally adopted and when they were most recently revised. And then the next discussion that we kind of put here in the margins is whether we would want to revise the definition of lot coverage. The section here that you can see in pink is what's in the section 2 of the zoning bylaw. So that's where all the definitions are. And so we would just be adding that in here. And then the question is, do we want to be more specific or define it differently than we do in section 2? And we did receive feedback from Tony down here. His comments we incorporated in the blue text. So TD means it's Tony's comment that he would not like to have conflicting definitions in the bylaw. And his suggestion would be to leave lot coverage as it is in section 2, so which means it would not include this blue highlighted portion. And then Nick chimed in and said that he also does not feel they should be included in the definition. The biggest impact to abutters is building mass, and I think that is where the pushback is coming from. It's easier to mitigate impact of an at-grade parking area access drive. These at-grade elements, as you noted, help to push the buildings away from the edges. Okay. So now let me just go over to the lot coverage proposal from the residents, which I think this is the right version. Yeah, let me find it. Okay. Is this a good size, or should I expand this for everybody? Make it bigger.
I'd actually like a little larger if you can get it to small
Yeah,
screen. Thanks.
Is
That's
that
good.
big enough? Okay. So let me see. Why is their comment not showing up? Maybe I didn't scroll down far enough. You know what? Hold on. I think they had a comment. Maybe they didn't have a comment on this, but they wanted it to be included. I might actually defer to Dave Talbot or Sarah or Mary Ellen to talk about this section, since
Let's see.
Dave or Mary Ellen, did you want the definition for lot coverage to be changed here?
Mary Ellen has her hand up. I mean, I can answer it too.
Oh, go ahead. Dave.
What's that, Mary Ellen?
Well, I had just written a quick note to Julie that we hadn't made a specific comment on that one because we did agree with the staff comment. That was the proposed change revision there is what we liked. So we didn't make a comment. Did you have anything else, Dave, on that one?
No, I would agree with that. I mean, I think some of the spirit of some of the comments in the town meeting instructional motions was usable areas for the public, and not just, kind of construction buildings and asphalt filling an entire or, huge amounts of a lot. So I understand the points that I just saw made by others, but something in the middle of that. But to say that you can have 85% lot coverage, but 15% of that is a parking lot, to me anyway, that doesn't hit the spirit of what, some of the instructional motions were, or my own feelings about it too.
Okay. Does CPDC have any comments?
Yeah, I guess I would say that, and I would say that if you can't cover, we seem to want them to provide more parking, right? Every time someone comes in and tries to claim the exemption, people say there's not enough parking, and we don't want them to cover the lot. So they're sort of like competing things, right? We have to figure out what the impact is. What's the biggest impact negative to the downtown to the abutters to the residential edges.
I mean, I have an answer to
We
that.
can't just take everything away. We can reduce total. If we're going to include everything under lot coverage, then that number's got to go up. If we take away the parts that we think have less impact, then the number can go down, right? You can say that you're only allowed 70% lot coverage for those elements, say that had the biggest impact. Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay. And Jonathan has his hand up too, but I mean, if I may, my quick answer to that is, if somehow we could plan for some nice open public spaces in this congested downtown and depot area in some manner to create little parks and green areas and places to congregate, then I think we've achieved what everybody's been talking about. And I take your point, Nick, about site by site, it's challenging. How do you do everything on one site? So, I mean, I get the point, but how do you then ever get a little space like Bunratty with a walking area and trees and something nice to go spend a few minutes and somebody to sit down and have lunch or meet somebody if you don't create a way to have those types of spaces? Later, we have some proposals for fee in lieu or land acquisition, which, just finding ways to, okay, here's some spots where we'd like to find some space and find ways to acquire the land with maybe a fee in lieu scheme with developers who get extra units under like tier 3 or tier 2. So that's later. I don't mean to, but that's the goal is to get not just asphalt on an open area.
But I think, Dave, one of the things that you're getting to is that, or coming around to, is that zoning may not be the tool to achieve what we want to achieve. I mean,
Yeah.
zoning can only do so much.
Correct.
And you can only control. I'm going to show, and I think this is relevant. Can I share my screen for a second?
Yes, let me just stop mine, and then I think we need to enable you to do yours. Let me see.
Yes, let me make him co-host.
I can do it right now, Andrew.
And I know you guys, right? Everyone knows what I'm going to show you, right? But, right, the point I'm trying to get at is that, am I enabled to
Yes.
share yet? I can. All right. The point I'm trying to get at is that zoning doesn't necessarily by itself result in good places. So, right, what you're looking at is, the top picture, I think everyone would agree, is a nice private space, right? It is a private space. It's privately controlled by Bunratty's for the most part. It's about 50-50 actually. But then the lower picture is what it was for decades, or at least a decade, when Sense of Wonder was in that space. And so I think part of the issue here is just because I think we had in downtown lots of examples of the lower, the space below. And I don't want us to, in the past, and we still do. I don't want us to sort of be thinking that zoning will necessarily create spaces like the image at the top. That's some other tools, that land use tools that we might have that might help us create that space that's in the top image from Bunratty's or next to Bunratty's. So that's really what I want to make sure that we're not sort of glorifying what zoning can do. That's it.
Thank you for sharing that, John. I wanted to ask, I believe, is there an open space master plan for the town ongoing right now, Julie and Andrew?
Yes. Yes,
I
there is.
wonder if there might be some synergy with what we're doing here and just to, make a note that a lot of the energy in this conversation it's pushing in the direction of more small but usable open space parcels downtown. And if it's not already in the being considered as part of the open space master plan, maybe that could be evaluated as part of it.
Heather, do you remember if we specifically talked about
I'm trying to remember. I believe that is something that, well, I believe it's something that came up during the meetings, but in my memory, I may be confounding the open space plan meetings and the meetings around the 40R zone. But that's, I think it's a point well taken. And I guess while I was called on for reflection, I'll also just chime in and apologize, A, for being late, and B, say that I also appreciate jumping onto the conversation where it seems like there's kind of an acknowledgement that to create spaces on private land, zoning can go so far, and there are many other factors in play to kind of create the kind of spaces that we're hearing people want. That's a really long answer saying I don't remember either, but let's look.
So Heather, now that you're here, I just wanted to alert you that Pam did not join us yet. And so if you want to also jump in and be chair, that'd be great.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay. And to let you know, in case you missed it, we're going through the staff sort of CPDC idea document section by section and simultaneously going through the resident document. So as we go through each section, we're looking at all ideas.
Okay, great. I opened up both at the same time. I also, I guess another question, since I just jumped into chair, are we then taking CPDC comments at the same time that we're taking public comments, so everybody is in the queue equally, or has there been a different protocol established here?
So I kind of just went through the staff proposal and then noted the CPDC comments we received, and then I jumped right into the resident proposal and had Dave sort of and Mary Ellen kind of explain that from their side, and then it just became a conversation. So
okay,
I don't know if that's right or wrong, but
okay, that's great. What I'm seeing is that Jonathan Barnes has his hand raised, and Mary Ann, I see you have your hand raised as well, but you'll be next.
Thank you. So may I speak for a moment? Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to comment in terms of the process, just to clarify. I was not able to participate with the group of residents, Julie, that you're referring to, that put together some responses, and I don't want to detract from that, but I did just want to note that I had wanted to add my own suggested revisions and edits, but my emphasis is very, very different from theirs and the one that CPDC is going through. So I don't want to interfere with that or detract from that. So my suggestion is that maybe I would add my comments at the conclusion of this process with respect to going through those that other resident groups comments. I would, if I can, though, just ask a question in response to John's comments. Would it not be possible with respect to those two images that you showed of that small park next to Bunratty's and Sense of Wonder, would it not be possible to have CPDC in its site plan or other permit approving decision include among its conditions that space, if it's privately owned, that space be maintained in accordance with whatever the landscape plan and or other requirements were agreed upon or required by CPDC, and that failure to do so would result in the town imposing either fines or penalties or otherwise rectifying the situation in accordance with the approved landscape plan. Would that not be possible to fix that problem?
Right. I'll say
I'm
that.
on now.
Oh, great. I'll say, Jonathan, that certainly, right, and we do have in many or most of our decisions items like that. I think it then gets to an interpretation of what's maintenance, what a reluctance, and I think rightly so, from the town to try and issue fines against property owners or business owners. There's a cascading things. If you have a reluctant property owner, it is hard to get them to maintain or create and maintain a space that's vibrant. Trash, all sorts of things that it would just be a constant battle if you have an owner that really is not interested in providing that amenity.
But to Jonathan's point, if the approved site plan review has a conditional use for an outdoor space, and they're not abiding by the what they agreed to use it, they lose the use of that space, period. Right? So they couldn't have outdoor seating. If they stripped all the landscaping away and threw out a couple of crappy metal tables and said, this is what we're doing, we could argue that it's not part of the site plan approval and they're not allowed to see people out there anymore. Now, we can't create that space, right? That was a happy accident. So going back to David's point, I think I talk about this in my later discussion about open space in the comments, is that that's a pretty good carrot, right? When they want those units, that we can get them to make payment in lieu for some other space that might not fit on site, right? And get something beneficial out of that, which we're not going to get necessarily every time, especially on the smaller lots, right? A smaller lot, different type of commercial space. They might not need that outdoor piece, or it's very private. It's sort of just for residents. That doesn't benefit everyone. It's nice to look at, nice to walk by, but so there's two pieces to that. We can't always create that space. Maybe we can get them to contribute to creating that space elsewhere.
Pam,
Yes.
this is Heather. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll turn the chair role back over for the meeting back over to you. And Mary Ann had her hand up next.
Okay, Mary Ann Downing.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted, following up with the open space, I had wondered if this was a time to look at the proposed open space definitions in the document, and I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right ones. I have two computers going, so I have like holistic waiver based and another change, or is this too premature and we're going to get to those definitions as you go through? Because they were starting to go with like the instructional motion, which was just a instructional motion changes from some residents, which was setback changes. But I noticed since you're talking about open space, and I had questions about the proposed open space definitions, and I didn't know if this was going to be covered as part of that discussion, or you're going to get to the definitions later.
I think we'll get to the definitions later.
Then I'll reserve my question till then. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so just for Pam and everyone, we had literally just started talking about the definition of lot coverage, and we got into a conversation. We're working our way through the definitions, and we'll get to that part, Marianne. If everyone's ready to, I don't know, has everybody been heard? Should we move on to the next part?
Julie, can you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
Can you display the approved 40R project with the pre and post development lot coverage?
Yes.
It's a work in progress document. I don't know if you noticed, it's mostly blank, I think. Are you talking about the one I made earlier today?
Yes.
The one that was sent out with the package today?
Sure, yeah, I can show it, but it's a work in progress. Just give me a minute to get it.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking for it is because even though it's a work in progress, it does give an idea of what the lot coverage is today for the approved projects. And what you'll see is, other than a couple, most of them are 85 or below. So really, bringing that lot coverage down to 85% is not going to make much of a difference to the projects that are getting approved and what we end up with as a result.
So 85% based on though, is it the old definition, the proposed definition? Does it include the parking areas? Things like that?
I'm going to go with the old definition, and I'm going to assume it's the parking areas are included. So we're looking at building lot coverage.
That's what I was assuming.
If you can't find it, Julie, that's fine. I've made the point that
Oh.
lot coverage is not going to get us where we need to go.
I'm sorry, I forgot I need to screen share. I was looking at it on my computer. It's right here. Hold on. This is the document you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
So you've got 83%, you've got 61%, and still you're really not getting that much open space.
right. So one thing to note here is that a lot of the spaces that it does include that are amenities for residents or that provide sort of a break in the built environment, like the courtyard at Postmark on Sanborn Street, that it's entirely private and it's included in the lot coverage calculation because it's raised up and it's above the building footprint. So, and that's the case with most of the like open space areas that we've calculated for these projects so far. So.
Okay, thank you, Julie.
Sure.
Okay.
Mary Ann, did you have another question or was your hand still raised from before?
I'm sorry, it must be still raised. Let me unraise it.
Okay. So I also just wanted to clarify really quick, and I do see Sarah just raised her hand, but I just want to clarify. So in the document that staff prepared, we put a lot of different ideas. So they're not necessarily like staff. Some of them are a staff proposal, but some of them aren't. Some of them are just ideas so that we can, because they're things we heard and we want to have the conversation. Sarah?
Sarah, yes. You're invited to speak.
Yep. Okay. Hi, Sarah Brucolacchio, 48 Maple Ridge Road. I just wanted to say that table that you were just showing, it's not the same numbers that we've seen before. And I'm just trying to find it on my computer. But for instance, on 18 Woburn Street, the last time there was one of the reviews and I asked what the lot coverage was, the developer said 99% for 18 Woburn. You have 90, and I just think it's confusing. I know you had put a table up months ago that had this all of the developments, and they weren't that low. These numbers are lower than what was on there.
So 18 Woburn was just approved and we just added it, and I should have highlighted it because we didn't verify that yet with the plan. So you might be right, Sarah. That one probably is more than 90%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And isn't Ace Flats more than 92?
Not to my knowledge. I'll pull up the other document, but
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to point that out. That's all.
So these are the numbers from the document we've been using for, I don't know, a year or so now, and just sort of adding to it. As you can see, I didn't put the lot coverage in here because I know I still need to verify it for 18 Woburn. But these are the ones that we know. And I see
This says it includes only buildings, not paved, any other paved areas.
that's correct. And that's per the definition that's in the bylaw today.
When you mean, and just to clarify, this in the bylaw today, that means the bylaw that is our bylaw, not the
Yeah, sorry.
the
good-
updated definition that we're looking at today.
Right, good point.
Okay,
So
just
the
following you.
current like effective zoning bylaw, section 2 includes the lot coverage definition, which includes coverage by buildings and structures only.
And does that also include things like fences? Julie?
So fences below 6 or 7 feet don't require a building permit and probably aren't considered permanent structures. So for most, probably not. That's an interesting question.
Fences don't end up having much of a square footage, so fences themselves wouldn't contribute to much. But I do know that a few years back, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we changed there's a change to the definition of lot coverage that included swimming pools, and it included, I think, also accessory. There's something with accessory buildings or sheds also. But I know swimming pools got added to the definition of lot coverage. Oh, courts. That's what it was. I'm sorry. Like basketball courts, I think, got added.
So when we redid the zoning, 2008 maybe, 2007, the big recodification, everything was included in lot coverage. Swimming pools, basketball courts, external garages. Prior to that, anything other than the main building was excluded from lot coverage. So you could have a house on your lot and then an even larger garage, and the garage wouldn't count towards lot coverage. That was fixed in the recodification, but then people couldn't put up pools and tennis courts, what have you. So it was changed so that everything, the primary structure and structures used for storage, garages, sheds, etc., count towards lot coverage. Everything else does not.
Okay.
Right, and that's so if you want to know more about the things that John and Tony are talking about, you need to look in section 5.5 of the zoning bylaw, which is about accessory buildings or structures, and it kind of talks about which things on a typically, I guess, on a residential property you would count towards that 25% maximum lot coverage that is typical of the zoning districts for those residential uses. All right. I see that Dave has his hand raised.
Can I make a quick comment, a quick question?
Yes, Dave, please do.
Thank you very much. Just going back to Sarah's question about what some of these numbers are. The 84% for 30 Haven feels low, and I can't put my finger on where is that 16% of that's not covered. I mean, that's to me, that's like kind of exhibit A for what the concerns stemmed from, is that building. It's a sheer wall up against the parking lot facing all the houses on Woburn Street with no green space. If you go through that little alley, I forget what it's called, to Haven, it's only got one little sidewalk and a transformer pad. And then if you go walk up towards two Haven, it's that little chain link fence with about 2 feet of width. So where is this 16% of open space?
I raised my hand just because I have a question about that, and I'm actually personally kind of reluctant to argue the numbers that have gone into this, but I'm remembering, for instance, that when there was the Atlantic there, that Atlantic wall went right up to a certain point on the sidewalk. When you look at the Haven Street side of 30 Haven, I'm wondering if some of that percentage comes from just some of the windows at the storefronts being pulled back a little bit. There's space for chairs. I guess I'm not questioning it as much because I do remember, just as a resident, kind of a change in that front configuration on Haven. And so I'm just guessing.
Well, I think somewhere I saw that it was porches, the second floor porches are considered open space, and that might be the answer. The reason it's 84% is that second floor patios that are available only to those residents is being counted as open areas. Is that right?
No.
No?
No, when you look at the GIS, the property line is beyond the building walls on almost all sides.
Yeah, so I can clarify how some of the numbers were arrived at, especially with the projects that are like older. Our prior GIS administrator actually took the building footprints and calculated the lot coverages for us for the zoning workshop last March. So with one like 30 Haven, that was the number that she calculated for us based on the building footprint. And then like with the more recent projects that we've seen, we actually know because we're getting that information directly from the developer as they come through the process. So that's where we're getting our data from.
Okay. Well, to go back to what Heather said, the Atlantic had its awning in the back and its entryway was actually pushed farther toward Haven Street than what's the rear lot wall of 30 Haven. That much I can tell you. And if you look at the back of 2 Haven, it's in more than the back of 30 Haven. So I guess I would just ask for a quick check on that number because it really, something feels off that's 84, that we're saying 30 Haven has 16% of its lot that's not covered by the building, or it just, something seems funny there. I mean,
Look at the GIS, you can see that there's a lot of white space beyond all of the building edges and all of the nooks and stuff that happen. And so that just adds up. I'm not saying it's usable, and I'm not saying it makes any impact. I'm just saying that that's math, it's a number. And if you guys think we're going to come up with some magic formula that's going to solve every development that comes through, I think we're wasting our time, because we're going to need some subjective reasoning, and that's what the waivers are for, right? Different kinds of open space, of a parking lot or a walkway versus a private patio or raised deck versus some restaurant space versus here's a parklet, right? Like those things are how we're going to have to craft the solution to any development, not 4% of 2% of 1.
I think it is worthwhile, Julie or Andrew, if you guys can bring up that GIS, because this is an important point, right? This 85% or however it's calculated here, 84% lot coverage, and I have to assume that the town GIS staff did it correctly. But if you look, right, there is a lot of space around the footprint of the building within that. And to Nick's point, that's the problem with using 85%, is because you're going to get these little spaces, like Dave, you mentioned, like where the transformer is. That's a little useless green space. Yeah, there's green and there's some squirrels that live there, maybe, like good for them. But the rest of the open space, the rest of the non-lot coverage is not what we're looking for here. So I guess that's really my point of why I think it's worthwhile looking at this, because spending the time, because that is I presume it's 85%, right? The professionals do their work right. And that's what you end up with if we use that.
I don't want to I know I'm not part of the board here, so maybe you want to just have this be, you guys do your thing and then we make our comments. But just if you want to zoom in on it, yeah, the transformer pad, the alleyway behind the chain link fence with equipment, I guess they're saying that's open space. Okay.
Well, look, I don't know, is even the roadway.
No, that's lot coverage. Sorry, that's not open space.
That's what I meant.
Lot
Yeah, and which
lot coverage.
I think is why this underlines the point that making a reduced lot coverage requirement isn't the right way to tackle the town's desire of increased open space. So just want to put a pin in that, put a period on that, and echo what the 2 board members said previous to me.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe you're right. Yeah. Building feels way too big. So,
which is why Dave and others, right? I think that we want to steer away from the 85% lot coverage because we don't think that it's going to get the town what we're looking for, right? It ends up being just a number and having, you know, little spaces like this around the building. It's not really beneficial to anyone. So
I'll argue though the building is successful on the Haven Street side. It gives you the storefront we wanted. The building mass is broken up well on that side, and I agree with David that the back side is that sheer wall, which is certainly not successful, right? There could have been a lot more done there to make that more pleasant, more scalable. But I think the front worked. So that's what we have to figure out.
Yep.
It was our first project too, and I think that we were giddy that somebody was proposing something. And
I know, it was a
maybe
different
we
type
didn't.
of situation.
If you remember, they gave us that salmon-colored building.
Yes, I do.
And there's those wonderful curb extensions, which I think is a win.
Yeah, that came from town property, just to be clear. That was from town right away. Those were town parking spaces given over to that bump out. It wasn't the developer's land.
Should we move to the next?
We should.
Or does Sarah have another question, or is your
I
hand-
do. I just want to say that seeing these examples and what Tony was saying and what John was saying, and that I think that we're talking about a couple of different things. Number one is, unless you have a minimum lot coverage that's less than 85, which seems like 70 maybe is better, and then you have the ability to give a waiver if that's necessary. But when you give 100% lot coverage, this is what you end up with. And you can argue whatever you're arguing, but this is examples of what we're seeing, like at Ace Flats and like at 18 Woburn. I mean, there's no possibility to have a tree line or to have pedestrian pathways or anything. And through all the last couple of years of these webinars and meetings, this is what we're saying we want. We want this village feel to our downtown. And unless you have 70%, you will never be able to create and enhance a downtown village of New England. And that's what we want. So rather than having someone say, oh, well, 85% is not the way to get it, just like, yeah, let's take it lower and let's just continue to have the conversation on how to get what we want. All of the ways that we're going to need to do this, because it's not going to be one thing. It's not going to be just the setbacks or the lot coverage or, all the other different things that we're talking about. And then we just have to take the time and not get weary as we slog through this for the umpteenth time, but really listen to each other and speak positively about what will have us accomplish this goal peacefully.
Okay, may I speak? Julie, can we get us back on track?
Sure. Yeah. So we can go back to the next topic. So the open space definitions.
Right.
And again, when Andrew and I were working on this, we were trying to incorporate a lot of the things we'd heard from the last year or so of input from the public about what types of open space and how they're used and whether they're public or private. And then at the last discussion, there was a recommendation that we actually define private amenity space. So we added that. So I can just read what we've done here. Open space defined as any combination of green space and or public space as defined below. Green space, portions of a private lot or building, including but not limited to landscaping, plantings, natural features, parks, gardens, living walls, green roofs, trails, pathways, recreational uses, etc., whether accessible to the public or provided as a private amenity space to building occupants. And then within that, we define private amenity space as balconies, terraces, courtyards, and other open air spaces that are available as private amenities only to the residential or commercial tenants within the development. Then we define public space as portions of a private lot or building that are dedicated to public use, including but not limited to sidewalks, pathways, alleyways, seating areas, benches, places to gather, etc., which may include streetscape features, water features, decorative surface treatments, such as pavers and cobblestones, and public art, and which could include green space as defined above if public. I think one thing that we want to maybe also consider is, like, which we've experienced on a recent project, is what should be excluded from a calculation of open space, so that it's clear for anyone who wants to use the bylaw in the future, what we mean, but also what we don't mean. And then Nick had a comment up here: what are the goals of open space? As defined below, private may help reduce lot coverage and building mass, may provide quality space for tenants, help with heat island sustainability issues, and overall provide more green space opportunities. Public spaces offer same as above, but more access to the community in general. The bylaw needs to specify which one is required, where or how one might be used versus the other. So part of the reason we broke it into 2 to 3 different categories is, based on how much open space you want to require, whether it's in the table or as part of the waiver process. You might not want to force a developer to make it all public, which might then mean there aren't like amenities for private amenities. Or we've also heard that space at the ground level doesn't necessarily have to be public. It just needs to provide a break in the built environment. So we wanted to provide options for how to achieve a certain amount of open space, and also give credit to things that happen on upper floors that provide green to the downtown. And a comment we got from Tony here is: private amenity space seems counterproductive to open space. I recognize that there can be an area reserved for the tenants, but it shouldn't be piecemealed out to each tenant, like balconies, or potentially hidden from the public, interior courtyards or terraces. And now let me show you the proposal from the residents. Dave, would you like to talk through this, or
Sure.
Sarah or Mary Ellen?
I can, unless Mary Ellen or Sarah, you want to. I guess for lack of somebody else.
No, Dave, go ahead. You have the comments there on the side anyway. You prepared those, so.
So I guess this was the heart of, yeah, okay. Thank you, Mary Ellen. I think this was kind of the heart of what we were thinking about, is that, first of all, having this open versus green, it seemed like it's too many pieces of terminology, and it keeps it simpler to pick one. And to our minds anyway, what we've been talking about, and I think it reflects a broad consensus in the community, is that open space means a publicly accessible area. Granting all the challenges with that with private property, we understand, but that's the spirit of what this would be. That maybe, and later you say 10% has to be open space, so that what if 10% of these properties, there was a way to work through them publicly, have a pathway that parks, all the things we've been talking about. And meanwhile, the developer's been able to build something that has 50, 60, 70 units or whatever, but there's this thing that makes it nice. And so here we have open space being, these publicly accessible areas. That's how we define it. It includes green, it includes fountains, it includes hardscape, whatever. But there's one thing, there's not open versus green. And that in our minds, which I understand and heard all the dialogue, is that the 85% means all that stuff, building, parking lots, has to stay on the 85%. And we further elaborate that that's of the balance that's not already taken off by the 15% setback, 15-foot setback if it's a residential use or property. And then of this 15% that's available to work with is like the kind of the clay that we would work with, or you would work with, to say, what can we do with this? And some of it is for the developer and his courtyards and his things. the 10% would be for these types of uses we're talking about. Aggregated in some way, you could have a fee in lieu scheme. If somebody can't do it, he does a fee and you have a fund and then it goes somewhere else. Those types of things could be worked out. But that was the spirit of that we had. But keep it one definition. So, that's what we were thinking.
Okay.
I will say right off the top, my fear, Dave, with that is that open space that's not green space means sidewalks. And so, right, it will be,
That's Bunratty, right?
Yeah. I mean, half of that space, right? And that's a decent sidewalk, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's meandering and it has some landscaping there, but half of that space is green or private, and there's half isn't. But I think what we would more likely get is just flat out maybe a wider sidewalk at the front, which wouldn't be bad, but I don't think that's, because that would be all hardscape, and that's not what you're looking for. And that's, I think, we need to work that out, that
Sure.
There's a reason to have the differences.
In my mind, which is, I know, is an adult place, this produces a nice walkway through between Two Haven and 30 Haven, for example, like Bunratty, or it would have produced next to whatever that little, what's that little alley, Atlantic Alley, whatever that thing is called, next to Bangkok Spice, between that and 30 Haven, that instead of just a tight little driveway with a transformer pad and a sidewalk and a sheer wall with frosted out windows to the dental office, you'd have another Bunratty type thing there. What would that have cost? 5% of the guy's lot? Not even. 2%?
Sorry. I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, I'm looking at the comments that are up on the screen now. I'm also struggling a bit in the assurance that, as defined here, we wouldn't end up with just kind of some more hardscape. And I'm honing in on a couple of things. One is, a desire to not have it all be hardscape buildings and asphalt. I'm also hearing repeatedly that at least what's being expressed is kind of more pathways through the blocks. And I guess I'm wondering, am I hearing that correctly? Because there's nowhere that we explicitly say that, even as an option. Between open space and green space, I personally kind of like the different definitions. In part because I also hear, I get worried, okay, if we're just talking about open space, does that mean we just get more buildings that are further set back? You end up with a bigger sidewalk. I'm also pairing that with what I'm hearing of people want bigger sidewalks so we can get more trees. So that landscaping portion of open space seems to be important for what I'm gleaning from what people are saying.
Yep. I'll just, if I could follow up for 1 second, I don't want to keep talking so much, but sure, I agree with that. I mean, I guess we're still coming back to reacting to having a sheer building wall up against Atlantic, seemingly with a transformer pad, a 2-foot chain link thing next to Two Haven, a sheer wall in the back, pushing some of these back and having something interesting there. The other issue with what had been written there was that it could just be for the, and I didn't mention this before, as written in the version you're working with, somebody could just put a courtyard in the middle of a square building that's only accessible to tenants, and nothing would be for the public and wouldn't get any of these benefits under the language that you had there. That's what kind of prompted us to say, okay, what could we tweak here and put forward for you to think about?
So just to clarify, Dave, you might be right for a project that is at 20 units per acre. But with the tiered system, if a developer were to choose the open space provision, and we'll get to this later, but, you know, we tried to keep like the amount of choices in the tiers limited, right? Because someone made the comment, if you have too many things, then we won't get what we want. Then the requirement would be for a portion of the open space to be provided at grade and be publicly accessible. So we can try to work on whether we might want something that's some sort of open space built into like a by right 20 unit per acre scenario to try to capture that for all projects.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Julie. Okay, so we retain the open space definition to include outdoor with no provision for privacy. Right?
I'm sorry, Pam, I didn't understand what you were saying.
That we include in the open space definition that it is open to the public.
You know, there's something, if I may, there's something that has also been on my mind about this. In terms of what we mean is open to the public. In the frame I come to this through, just kind of through my experiences, open to the public oftentimes mean you can actually step on it and be in it and sit on it. I do think there's value, and I just want to make sure that we're not lopping that off in this updated definition. I do think there's value to, well, it does say gardens, living walls. I do think there's value to space that may still be private, that is, say, on the front of a building, that adds to the streetscape and adds to maybe somebody described it as the village feel, to that kind of green feel and green feel. And what I'm thinking of are places, I'm not thinking of a place like this in Reading, but other places that I've been where you may have a building and a commercial building, and on the front of the building there's like a little garden that's clearly private, but we're not mandating that somebody always create spaces that you can put a bench in and sit on, but something that enhances the streetscape.
That is in front of the Latham's building.
Yeah,
right? They
yeah.
have a garden. It is clearly not public. It's fenced off, but it is green.
Yes, yeah. And I also I have a hunch that may be what people don't want to lose, or want to create opportunities to create where it makes sense. Also, I mean, here's the trick, right? We also want to enliven the street. So you don't want to, you want to have the commercial businesses close to the street because then it enlivens the street. So I guess all of this is underscoring the value in having negotiations and discussions while design is happening. But I don't want to inadvertently lop off the opportunity for that.
I just have a problem with mandating that privately owned property is open to the public. So the Sanborn Street nook at those at Postmark,
yep,
that's nice. It makes the street feel better. It breaks up the building. It's not open to the public necessarily. They can kick you off if you go sit in there if they want. That's their right. So that's why I was saying we need two different definitions, or at least two different requirements, because
agreed.
If I spend $500,000 on a condo or more, I don't necessarily want anybody else coming into my courtyard, right?
That's fair.
So there's different value to that. I think that we should be requiring that they have amenities in the developments that lend to enlivening the streetscape, balconies and potentially even green spaces for their tenants. But if and when we can do this public portion, whether that's part of a restaurant like Bunratty's, or whether it's dedicated back over to the public somehow, or payment in lieu, that's why I think that's where I'm getting caught up right there. I want all of these options to be able to leverage what little power we do have in zoning.
But even the reason why I brought that item up before, Nick, is that space at Bunratty's is not public. It's not a public space. Exactly to your point, right? I mean, we need to be clear about the difference between public and private as we do this.
Mary
I'm
Ann,
hearing contiguous green space on the ground level or contiguous open space on the ground level. It doesn't have to be accessible to the public, but it can't be surrounded by the building.
Right.
Not private amenity space, private green space is more relevant, I guess.
For look and feel, having setbacks and pockets that are green or landscaped, it could be, there's nice hardscaping as well, but having those pockets helps to break up the mass, helps to add interest versus some area that's usable by either private or public.
would CPDC members like me to pull up a Word version and do some like editing as you
Yes,
talk?
I think that would be perfect.
All right, let me just grab it.
Well, I guess I'm wary, Julie, of us getting stuck in the details of wordsmithing, because right, we know that can take a long time, and we can spend a lot of time and not getting through all the thoughts, as Nick said to begin with, is we want to make sure that we understand everything. So I don't know, your call or Pam's call, but
Well, we do know that we need to change the definition, tweak it, but we can do that outside. We do have a lot of material to get through.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to make 2 points. Like, one, I think that it would be helpful if I understood what a majority of CPDC wants. Like, I'm hearing comments and I'm like, oh, these are all great ideas, but like, is that what we're agreeing on? And then 2, like, tonight is your night. I mean, I don't want to put too much pressure on tonight, but like, the next meeting agenda is really full. And not to say you couldn't like tweak and refine this at that meeting, but like, this entire agenda tonight is for this topic. So I want to make sure that we're capturing everything and that the public that's here can like see what it is that we're thinking, that you're thinking. So at some point I do want to start like editing it based on what a majority of CPDC thinks is appropriate.
Could I make a suggestion? And it's about this it's about actually not the definition, but the term public space, because I also have a little bit of unease of kind of, and we're not mandating it because it's an incentive-based thing, but kind of forcing a private property owner to dedicate space to public use. Sometimes that might turn out well. Sometimes it's just like a little alcove. And I've seen, at least in one other place, the term civic space used instead of public space. And I have to admit, I'm kind of struggling with the definition. And it's kind of hard to do this on the fly, but something that, civic space is something that kind of supports the streetscape, supports social activity, supports you could say recreation, but that's usually big. I'm wondering if it would be helpful, or actually become conversely more confounding, but if it would be helpful to consider public space more like civic space. This is space that is open visually or by having a place that you can sit down, open for multiple purposes. but about kind of creating this community feel that we want. And all those things do that without getting into the territory of saying you've got to carve out some space for public use.
I'm not sure civic space quite does it. Public is, I think, an acceptable term.
All right.
I've heard now from 2 CPDC members though that, you know, it may be problematic trying to require public space on private land. And I don't disagree with that. I think, you know, I think the postmark courtyard is a perfect example of how difficult that would be. And so I guess I would just wonder, like, should we continue with that thought? And like, I'm trying to glean from this conversation what the majority opinions are. So
I'll just add once again that when I look at what you have written right here with that indent gone so that everything has the same, everything is equal. What we base our decisions on is how they're using those 3 types of spaces, right? To mitigate some of the impacts or to provide some public benefit. So obviously space that's open to the public gets weighted heavier than just some green space that's on the roof or a balcony. And in private amenity space is nice because again, it adds value, right? There's property values that are important to the town as well as quality that they're building in those little nooks that we talked about. So they would come back with a development that had some element of all of these. We would look at those and say, yeah, you just built a giant private courtyard inside surrounded by walls. That's not worth anything to us. You know, you're not getting your extra units. You're not getting your extra lot coverage.
So are you saying like keep the 3 definitions, but then like further along in the document when we talk about requiring a certain amount to be at grade in public, like maybe not having the language say that it has to be public, but just that they need to figure out how to provide some level of each of these 3 types of amenities?
I mean, later on we talk about when we're discussing waivers, right? You weighted the waivers. You said in lieu of something or in consideration for the waivers, the CPDC may consider the following, and then you have them listed. And as the densities go up, there are increasingly more stringent requirements, or
in some cases, yes, in some cases, no, but that's for discussion, of course.
That's how I would approach this. And so back to the citizenry's comments, Dave and Mary Ellen's group. I'm sorry, I don't know what, do you have a name for the group? I think you should have a name. And it should be some complicated name so that the letters don't make any sense, like PTT, TTFD or something. So over here on the right, I don't know if these numbers are right. You know, whenever we start getting into numbers like this, we go down that rabbit hole and we try to figure out what the implications are, but potentially requiring some portion of the site to be something, or you have to provide payment in lieu. I'd be open to something like that. I just, you know, these numbers, it's hard to figure out what the numbers are. It always has been. But it's easy to weight those definitions that we have. That's, you know, when you see it, you know it kind of thing, right?
So, giving the most weight to public space.
Yeah.
Second most to green, third most to private. Am I guessing correctly?
If we're talking about the green space softening up edges, right? Sure. Yeah, I think at least that's the way I see it right now. Public, green, private.
I went to the green space definition, the last sentence where it says whether accessible to the public or provided as private amenity space. I would just add a third thing to that list that says just or private, different from private amenity space, because I think that's what came up in some of the discussions a minute ago about just green space, semi setback along the right of way. But I found Nick's discussion informative in that it makes sense to keep all these things in the definitions section, since we have different feelings about these three different categories that will become expressed later, I think, in the waivers section.
Okay, so you're saying add the word, like just say, like here where my cursor is, whether accessible to the public or provided as private or as a private amenity space?
Yeah.
Okay.
That seemed to be, at least to me, it seemed to be a distinct category from private amenity space, just private green space, like a garden as part of a setback.
Okay, I see. I think I see what you mean. Okay.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes.
Mary Ann Downing has been waiting patiently to comment on the open space definition.
As has Lorraine Wilworth. So Mary Ann, please go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I had to, as you were speaking, I had additional thoughts. So first on the green space, I mean, it sounds like we all care whether it's private or not, that we can see it from the street, that it isn't hidden, that it adds to the streetscape and village feel. Is it? I wondered in terms of that definition, whether somewhere some language like visible to the public or visible from the street could be added in the definition to kind of let a developer know, okay, I mean, that may not cover green roofs. I guess green roofs might be visible from another building of equal height, but that would still fall under visible to the public. Obviously, an enclosed courtyard is not going to fall under that. So that was just a first thought. But in my thinking like a developer hat on, under public space, I'm trying to think what would, if a developer really didn't want to provide these features, but they wanted to meet our definitions, what would they do? And how can we address that? Because I thought, well, we have terms like decorative surface treatments and public art. What does that mean? Could a developer say, I'm not putting anything in, but look, I have these carvings on the corner of my building. That's a decorative surface treatment. That's my public space. Or, oh, look, I'm putting, you know, I commissioned a painting I'm going to hang in the window of my lobby. That's art. And I don't mean to be extreme, but if I were a lawyer working for the developer, I would say, look, you can probably satisfy those definitions in this way. I feel like under public space, when we talk about things like decorative surface treatments and public art, they have to be somehow separate from the building, like on a space. I'm not sure how to define that, but I just don't want to leave a definition there where the building itself, without really allowing the public to walk into it or have a feel that, yes, this isn't just coming up to the edge of the sidewalk, that it really is providing space. It's not just meeting the conditions of a term.
I
So
think
that
I
was
just
my
I would
thought.
just say that they could come back and they could meet the letter of the law for every single condition, and we could still deny their application. Right. So just because they came up with all of these, they can check all these boxes off, doesn't mean they're granted any waiver.
Yeah, it seems like the developers are kind of coming along and saying, well, you approved this, so why can't I have that?
It doesn't matter.
You know?
It doesn't matter. It's not a variance, so that we don't even have to be consistent. You know, we can say no. And I think to your point, if somebody came back and said, look at this great sculpture I made of myself, because I'm a great developer, we would look at that and say it doesn't provide any benefit. You know, it's art, but it doesn't provide any benefit. So you don't get something else for it. So we have that leeway there.
Okay. And my last thought, where I agree with you, Nick, is I think developers would be concerned in creating a public space that, okay, we don't want to create the teen hangout or the place where, you know, we're going to have to keep calling the police to make the homeless person move elsewhere because it's a public space. You can't the public is supposed to be allowed to be there. So I appreciate the fine line we're walking. Anyway, I just wanted to throw really for the green space, the idea of if it's visible to the public and not like, peering through a window of the lobby to see into a courtyard kind of visible, but something that we can see is I think really what we're getting at. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Lorraine, your comments? Lorraine, do you want to unmute yourself? There you are. Unmute yourself.
There we go. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with what Mary Ann just said. That was one of the things I was going to say, is that this green space needs to be visible, because some of these buildings give us these plans in the beginning and it looks on paper like it's going to be just this beautiful thing. And then, like we see on Gould Street, it's nothing but a sidewalk with a couple of little tiny trees. But I think the people of this town want to see, even if it is a brick sidewalk or a sidewalk with planters hanging over an extra wide sidewalk, like Nick said, some benches, something. We're desperate for a town feel. It's, I agree with Sarah, who said, we want that beautiful town feel. We live in a town, and right now the designs are not cohesive. They're not aesthetically, they're not meshing, they're not flowing. But I love that idea of the civic space or central space, even if it's civic public or central public or central private or civic private, and there's maybe a fence around it, like you'll see in Boston, like a black wrought iron fence or something, but with green space behind it. And seeing that simply makes people smile, makes people want to live in that town, whether anyone thinks it or not. I mean, I literally moved to this town because when I was 20 years old, I was dating somebody and I saw the Christmas lights downtown and thought they were just so dreamy that I thought, oh, I want to live there. But I think we need the business development district, like the bid committee is trying to get more things to come downtown. I'm kind of losing track. And it has to be beautiful and walkable, and we need to put some effort into it. So I feel like if you said to them, hey, you can make it private or public, but it needs to be in front, it needs to be maintained. If you made it public, there's plenty of people in this town. I know Sarah handles, not to add to your list, Sarah, but she handles so many gardens, and there's so many people that are talented that would be happy to maintain it if it was public. I don't know. I don't think it's a lot to ask for them to just say, hey, listen, give us some green space, give us something, and I mean, none of it's possible without land. So I don't know. I think it's the least that they can do. And I don't know why, as a developer, they wouldn't want to, add to the town's aesthetic or create an aesthetic or please the people in the town so they would get less pushback. But I'm going on. But anyways.
Thank you, Lorraine.
You're welcome.
Angela, I see your hand up.
Hi.
Angela?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Marianne and Lorraine said. And I don't like the definition of open space being any combination of green space and public space. I think that there probably should be a real definition of what open space is, because as it's written, any combination of green space, that could be 99% green space, and green space can be defined as living walls, green roofs. I mean, that's great if you're buying an expensive apartment and you want to have a nice lobby. That's wonderful, and that's something that a developer might want to do, and it might raise the price of the apartments if there's a beautiful lobby. But again, if it's not visible to the public, if it's not open, even if it's not accessible, but if it's not visible at all, and I don't mean through a glass window into a lobby that you really shouldn't be entering, then I don't see that as green space. I don't see it. I mean, if you want to define it that way, I guess so, but I wouldn't define it that way. And I think that really what it comes down to, again, is you can say, well, we don't have to grant a waiver, but you could grant a waiver. Or why these definitions are not just to have waivers. They should actually define what we mean and what we want and what something actually is. And I guess the other thing that I want to say is, I think it does come down to lot coverage in a lot of ways, because these are all, it seems like a lot of this is just getting around the fact that, you can have a very high proportion of lot coverage and still do these things. And that's nice, but there are a lot of ways to get around them too. So I don't like the definition of green space, and I do hope that, the lot coverage goes down. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Liz Whitelam, I see your hand up.
Hi there. Thank you. Forgive me as I am flagrantly sitting here wrapped in a blanket. I'm just that cold. So I wanted to underscore something that Nick said that I thought was important, that you need to have the flexibility on a case-by-case basis of these multiple different perspectives. So just where it was referenced, I will throw out there that I am a member of the bid steering committee. And so I've spent a lot of time over the last year thinking about our downtown and our various spaces. I've also done a lot of reading, including the fabulous reference Walkable Cities. And while we all love the idea of green space, and Lord knows I love the idea of green space, I feel like we lose sight of the fact that sometimes that green space, we're all picturing like, I want a little park, I want a little whatever. But if we keep dictating, you have to have X, and deny ourselves the ability to look at things from a case-by-case basis, then you can end up with a lot of buildings with alleys between them, or making your actual downtown less walkable if there's the wrong kind of space just that's meeting the definition of a space. So I think I'm actually a huge fan of the tiered approach that I know we're getting to much further down this document that we went over at the last workshop like this. And I think, for me, I just want to come back to the fact that we have this committee reviewing each application on a case-by-case basis for a reason, and some of the things that people are upset about with like 30 Haven, when we're talking about like, oh, the frosted windows on the pediatric dentists, or the fact that the foot and ankle people are there now. It's like, okay, well, that's because waivers were given after the fact about usage, and maybe we've learned some lessons there. And while Bunratty is a fantastic example, like you had some people willing to make an investment in that outdoor patio because the business was going to be using it, but you can't guarantee, like, it looks great. The Latham example is a terrific one. It looks nice. It's not open to the public, but it's pleasant. But if you had that in and out, in and out, in and out, where you had space in front of some buildings and not in front of others, your downtown actually becomes less walkable and less usable. And that's why I think it's difficult and dangerous to try to define things too specifically. And you do need to actually keep that flexibility, and maybe a tiered approach to, this is more valuable to us in this instance for any waivers. So those are just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Liz. Heather, your hand is up.
Yes. And thank you also, Liz. I have also a suggestion to language here. I'm hoping it kind of jives. I'm also listening to what Liz just said and hoping we're not over defining things or boxing us in. But on the definition of green space, I feel like at the very end of the sentence, I feel like we may have missed one of the elements where we say there it's open, it's green space is all of these things, whether accessible to the public or provided as a private amenity space. And I feel like that's too it's too extreme. So we haven't missed, and we haven't captured the in between of, it may not be accessible to the public, but it may be visible. We're not aiming for visible if you're going up and peering through a window, because that would be weird. Anyhow, I'm wondering if we want to say whether accessible to the public, connected to sidewalks, or connected to or visible from sidewalks, or provided as a private amenity space. And I'll also add, I weight it differently, which I think we do when we get to the waivers, but I do also put a value on private amenity space, because for the people who live there, not only does it add value to the building, it adds value to the living experience. It creates less pressure on people finding places to hang out outside in an area where we don't have a ton of park space. So getting back to my suggestion, to be really clear, I'm wondering if we want to not just say it has to be accessible to the public or be a private amenity space, but it may be just visible to the public or connected to the sidewalk, to underscore that desirability in some cases, but not all.
Okay, thank you. Lorraine, do you still have your hand up? Do you have another comment?
Nope, sorry about that.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. Julie, can we continue down this document?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just starting to make some changes on the side.
Oh, good.
That I can share later, and I just want to save it before I. Okay. All right. Okay, so did Angela, did you have another comment, or is your hand just raised from before?
Oh, sorry, just raised from
Okay.
before.
Is everyone good if we move on?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this next little change that we made here, since we last amended this bylaw, the state has changed their definition from unduly restrictive to unreasonably impair, and we just aligned the text here with what this 40R statute text includes. And then Nick had a comment that we might want to require an applicant to submit proof. So I guess if an applicant were to say that what the CPDC is asking for, or the changes the CPDC wants, are going to unreasonably impair their development project, the CPDC might then want to consider asking for a pro forma or financial information.
Yes.
Is that something other people think would be?
I support that statement.
I'm wondering how this goes in general. I guess this is just a question of, do we need to have it in the bylaw, or is there, is it kind of commonly understood that if a developer is going to say that it unreasonably diminishes the economic feasibility, how is that determined now?
Yeah, so I do have a little bit of information on this. So whether or not you need to include it explicitly in the bylaw, I'm not certain, but we did talk to DHCD about it. It is something you could ask for. It works like a little bit differently than the 40B process, but also a little bit the same. So in 40B, and this is not a 40B, right? This is the 40R bylaw adopted locally into our zoning. But with the 40B process, what happens is, like, the zoning board drafts a list of conditions for the project, and the applicant team has a certain amount of time, I forget if it's 15 or 30 days, to review those conditions and decide if any of those conditions are going to render the project uneconomic. And at that point, they have to say to the zoning board, these conditions render my project uneconomic. And if they do that, then and only then can the CPDC say, show us your pro forma, show us your financial documents. And that triggers like a whole nother process where then the zoning board can get a third party, like financial analyst person, to study them and give them guidance. And with the 40B process, developers are limited in the amount of profit they can make. And so their books and their documents have to show that their profit is limited and maybe severely limited and the project would be uneconomic by whatever it is the zoning board wants. With 40R, my understanding is that you could ask for this information like at any time, whether a developer says this term or not. But then it might trigger kind of that same process where you would probably want to have a third-party consultant help review and understand what it is you're looking at and how to, what the trade-offs were, and the soft costs, the hard costs, the construction costs, like all the stuff that gets baked into that, like really understand. And so it's kind of opening up like another can of worms and another conversation that the CPDC would have to decide if you want to really go there or not. DHCD told me that when they impose conditions on 40R projects and developers use this term to them, they actually use the same metrics to determine project economics that they use on 40B project economics. So that, I don't know what that means, but that's just information.
That makes sense. Yep.
But my reading of this is that it's a provision or design standard that adds unreasonable costs to the project, but therefore it is an unreasonable provision of the bylaw, not per project. Just because your one project can't make a go of it meeting the 40-hour requirements, but every other project can because you hit shale or something else, doesn't mean that you get a pass automatically. That's my reading. So it applies more to the bylaw itself as opposed to each individual project. Just as if you owned a property that was less than the 15,000 square feet required and you couldn't put up a house. You can't go and say, listen, I own a piece of property, but I can't put up a house because therefore it's unrestricted. You should let me put up a house on a too small lot.
Yeah, so Tony, that's a good point. And I do think that is true, right? So this definition, like the DHCD uses this definition to determine a lot of things, right? So any of the zoning changes that you're going to propose that we're going to send them, that's like what they look for. They try to figure out, will this zoning unreasonably impair the ability for development of a certain scale and size and density in downtown Reading? And if it does downtown Reading owe DHCD money that we got from the zoning incentive payment from 2009, and so, but when we talked to them, they did talk to us about how it can be used for individual projects as well.
So DHCD reviews everything we write and they approve it. So I assume that if they've approved it, it's not unreasonable. And we've got a handful of projects as evidence that nothing we've done has imposed anything that's been unreasonable. So I think we stand on pretty good ground just because, we twist the screws at the just once and they start crying, we can't build it, the project's dead. The second you say, you can't make as much profit as the people before you because you're late. That's what it's coming down to now, really. And so I think that they should be required to defend themselves. When I put a design forward to a client, I'm required to defend that. And I have no problem doing that. If they find fault with it, I should fix it. So they should be required to do that. If they want the opportunity to build, in these very intricate spaces that we have, because we've got a messy downtown, they should be able to defend their project.
I agree with that, by the way.
Nope, I think that's fine. Continue, Julie.
Well, so if you agree that we want that, do we want to state it somewhere in the bylaw, or do we want to just wait for that situation to arise and then you ask for it in the hearing process for that project?
Yeah, I wouldn't go here, obviously, but if we are allowed to ask for it, is there anything else that we're allowed to ask for that we don't specifically define in the requirements? We say things like traffic study, we say things like shadow studies. We require them to sort of provide documents that define what this building looks like. Is there something really specific that we ask for at meetings that's just not written down?
I don't think so. I think you typically ask for the things that are specified up front that you want.
I would add, let's add this somewhere and just say you may be required, the applicant may be required to provide proof that the CPDC's requests are unreasonable or something, or impact the project.
We could add it to the application document.
Okay.
And should we be stating what specifically we'd be looking for, like a pro forma statement?
We'll work on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see where we reference unreasonably impair or unduly restrictive right now anywhere else in the document, in the zoning bylaw for 40R. Is this a definition?
It's in the definitions.
Oh, design guidelines it might be in. All right, let me double check that. Okay, continue.
Julie?
There are a couple hands raised.
Yes, Jonathan? You need to unmute yourself.
Trying. There we go. Thank you. I just wanted to comment. I agree with all that you're talking about, but I just have a little concern that you're conflating the two issues of reasonability or unreasonability and the cost. And the situation with 40Bs, if I'm understanding it correctly, Julie, is that a developer in that case can simply claim or merely claim that the condition renders it uneconomic, period. This standard is, I think, different. And the mere demonstration that it has added costs or renders it uneconomic isn't really the focus here. What's the focus here is whether it is unreasonable. So just don't confuse the two things. You can request or require the pro forma information to confirm or deny whether or not the claim about the costs are verified, but that's a separate question about whether or not those costs are unreasonable, which is, I think, sort of with a different standard and a different definition and more within your purview and less associated with the number of the costs associated. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more hands raised. Julie?
I can't remember if Angela's hand has been up this whole time or if it's a new question.
We've checked with her.
Okay.
She said it's still raised.
Sorry, okay. I thought you were putting them down. Do I need to do that myself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will lower my hand. Sorry.
I have lots to manage here on the screen. Okay, so I'll move along. Okay. Okay, so here we just added open space to the list of allowed uses, just so it's right there for all to see.
It's fine.
And then now we have the dimensional table. So there's a lot here. Just, and like I said, again, a lot of these are just ideas that we heard that we put up here for discussion. They're not necessarily, we don't necessarily support or not support really. It doesn't matter what we think, right? Okay. So one thought was, actually, let me just start from the top. So basically this dimensional table, it applies to all projects, the things in here, right? So all projects would need to comply with the things that are in the dimensional control table or seek a waiver, right? So projects that are 20 units per acre need to comply with these, and projects that are more than 20 units per acre need to comply with these things. So we didn't know if the CPDC might want to consider a minimum lot area requirement. Currently, there isn't one. One of the reasons, which was recently noted by Tony, that we might want to consider this is that, let me see, where did I put that in here? It's actually further down, but so the Code of Municipal Regulations for Chapter 40R requires towns to ensure that the entire district that we've created maintains a certain level of affordability. So what we have, and which also came from the state, is an exemption for projects that are 12 units or less from providing affordable units. But what we also have, which is more than the state requires, is we require that 25% of the units in a rental project be provided at an affordable rate. So to the extent that we keep on getting rental projects that are more than 12 units that provide affordable units, and that we don't get lots of really small projects that don't provide affordable units, we'll stay on track. However, we might want to put some sort of mechanism or safeguard in zoning to try to encourage projects that are 13 units or more, so more than 12 units, which come with an affordability component, so that we stay on track with the affordability requirement. And one way that we thought to do that would be to have a minimum lot area. And now 4,000 square feet might not be big enough to do that, but that was what was in here from before. So we left that, and then we put a note that we might want to consider whether we would want to make this greater. The other reason for 4,000 square feet is that we've seen a recent project that was approved, the 18 Woburn Street, right across the street from my office. That lot was about 4,000 square feet. So we've seen how a mixed-use project can be achieved on a site like that. And then many of the other lots in town that are this size or smaller actually don't have the required 50 feet of lot frontage. So they're not really developable under this bylaw anyway. So they wouldn't necessarily be more impacted as they currently are, right? If they're consolidated, then the conversation changes. But as they currently are, they're already excluded to some degree. So that's one piece. And then we added in, we didn't add maximum front setback, but we added a requirement for a minimum of 2 setbacks, which could be any combination of the front, rear, or sides, to be 10 feet each. So with the idea that we might want to increase setbacks on certain sides of the building, depending on what the abutting uses are, or whether there's adjacent open space or an opportunity to create a pathway or something like that, we would let a developer decide where they want to provide additional setback. Sorry, not additional setback, where they would want to provide setbacks. Nick pointed out in a comment, how does this work as written? And when we were looking at it today, we were thinking, okay, so if we do like this, we might want to reword some of the things, some of the setback requirements above, so they're not at odds with each other. Or we might want to be really clear that they could do this, or they need to do this and this, how that would work practically speaking. And then I'm just realizing here, Nick had a comment about the lot size that I want to read. So he says, are there better redevelopment mechanisms for lots this small? Is 40R the only way to develop as residential in this zone? So these lots that are small can still be redeveloped under the underlying business B zoning. And 40R is the only way they currently could be redeveloped as residential, as long as they're not already residential properties, right? So if it's already like a single family or 2-family property, that property has the right to continue that residential use and to improve it and even to reconstruct it for a certain period of time. So if it's a business use currently, then they would not be able to redevelop it as a residential use, unless they were to use the 40R bylaw.
Interesting.
So I don't know if that answers your question or not, Nick, but we can talk about it in a minute. I'll go through the rest of the comments here. So let me just see. Tony had a comment above, I think just a general comment about the dimensional table. As the data shows, lot coverage alone won't provide for open space. Standard residential zoning uses a combination of lot coverage and setbacks to generate space. However, the lot coverage is comparatively small at 25%. And that's referring to other residential zones in town, like single family zoning districts. This ensures that even the small lots have some open space. I like the idea of combining setbacks, perhaps along the lines of the minimum side and rear setbacks combined must be 30 feet. That would provide the developer the option of 10 feet all around, 30 feet in back, 15 on each side, etc. Though I wonder if we should and how we might require larger setbacks for larger buildings. And I'm just seeing if any of these other comments. So I had made a comment regarding the maximum front setback and just a question of whether we would want to revisit that. And like if we're trying to create some spaces within the block that can allow more at the front to prevent against like the canyonization, I guess, of some streets, like would we want to allow a developer to provide a larger front setback if it were something that they could manage, or even if it was like a cantilever kind of situation or something like that. And then I just urge here in my comment that it's important to consider setbacks together as a system versus discretely, especially if we want to try to prevent like just strips of land around the building. I think that's, let me just see if there's any other. And Andrew has a comment here about giving some thought to how to activate setbacks to create pathways and green areas. And we can always incorporate additional language about this kind of stuff, like down below when we talk about like the design of open space, and then also in the design guidelines if needed. So that's that. And let's see what we have from the resident group. Let's see, just keep going. Okay, Dave, Sarah, and Mary Ellen. Looks like Dave, you made a comment here.
Am I muted?
You're good.
Yeah, I was just flagging. I seem to recall 12 years ago that people were worried about the 300-foot building frontage. I just kind of flagged it for the CPDC, but maybe you don't worry about it. But I felt like there was a concern of a football field size facade being allowed, and you might want to make it lower and make them get a waiver if they want to go more than a certain amount. It's not that big of a deal, but 300 feet seems like a lot. Maybe I'm misremembering what happened before. I feel like Oak Tree wanted it, and so it was in here, but that's all. That's all I was. Just a suggestion.
And then there was a suggestion, it looks like maybe it came from Sarah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know if she's still on, but that was the
I'm still on. I don't see my, where is it?
I'm just guessing this is you.
To be clear, where the 15th. Okay. So that's up my, I have two questions. Number one is the line that has the line out that says minimum side rear setback in downtown smart growth or abutting business B 0. Can you, where would that be an example? Where would that be?
Front.
It says minimum side rear setback.
So what do you mean, Sarah? Because that's in the current zoning. We actually,
I think she wants you to tell her which project has done a 0 setback.
Well, where is there an example of a budding business B where there's 0 setback? I wasn't sure what that was. Where does that apply?
I'm not sure if that's what that. Okay. So I think it's just saying that if you're not abutting, like if you're just abutting a business B zone property, and you're not abutting a residential zone, like the one above it, right? You can have a 0 setback.
But isn't all of the downtown smart growth inside of business B?
Yeah, and then there are some lots that are on the edges, right, that abut other zoning districts.
But they're not 40R though.
No, I mean, within the 40R district, there are lots, like on the eastern side of Main Street, there are lots that are split zoned with other zoning districts or abutting other zoning districts.
Okay, so like the Rise building?
Yes, I think that's correct. And then also along Woburn Street, I think.
Okay, because okay, well, first of all, I just want to make sure that the words, the blue, I guess that is, whatever that is, where it says residential zone or residential property 15 feet. That's something we need to make happen for sure. And I just wanted to make sure that that second, the line after it isn't going to like supersede it or override it. It's, you know. And I also, the other thing is, I don't think we should have 0 feet on any side or rear. I can understand having 0 in the front, but I don't think it's, you know, the Rise building. I mean, there's houses right behind them. They've got this. I just don't think it should be 0. If anything, it would be like a minimum of 5 feet or something there. But up above where we had the 4,000 feet minimum, my question is, why would we want to do a 40R that has no affordable component? Like, why would we even entertain doing these small lots that have no affordable component when that's the main driver of 40R?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. And the small project or that like 12 unit or less language came directly from the state, because I think they realized that at a certain point, like project economics aren't just like, not projects of every size can't economically also include affordable units. I don't know how they arrived at 12 as the number, but you know, we aligned our bylaw with that.
But we could change that, right? Because I think that, you know, that's just too small. Like what's going to happen with 18 Woburn and what's going to happen with the Chronicle? You know, there's no extra land. There's going to be very tricky parking in both those situations. I don't think it's something that we really want to encourage. I don't know why we would. I mean, to me, it seems like that number should be closer to 6,000 or something like that. I don't know why we would go through all of this and not get any affordable units.
Well, we have very little control in zoning. You know, people seem to think that this board or the town has control over these private properties, but we don't. But 40R does give you the guidelines, and so potentially you have some leverage to get something that looks a lot better than, say, just a brick block, right? Just a big box that maxes out the unit count for the developer and minimizes expenses. But that was my comment too, is like at some point we should just say, you know, we're not going to use this tool for lots any smaller than X.
Yeah. Well, would this be the time to do that? Because it seems like it takes a long time to get to this point.
I think
That
so.
said, I think 18 Woburn provide more than the minimum?
What do you
More
mean?
than the minimum what?
Wait, affordable?
No.
Maybe I have the wrong project. Hold on. Yeah, I can't remember now to figure it out.
No. So the project needs to have 13 units or more to include an affordable component. So the 18 Woburn project has 6 units and does not include an affordable unit. So I'm not sure that we can like reduce our threshold. I could check with the state on that. I feel like we did look into it when we put it in originally and when we modified the language in 2017, but I'll look into that and find out if that's something the CPDC is interested in exploring.
Okay.
Thank you, Julie.
I also, Julie, thought that there was an issue about reducing that too much because I know we had the conversation. I guess my question though, or to build both on Nick and Sarah's comment is can we increase the minimum lot area, not necessarily, which would essentially do sort of the same thing, but not limit change the requirements for affordability based on units. I am concerned that we are asking for affordable units. We're asking for more parking. We're asking for open space, and I think somewhere, Julie, you had said the average lot is 6,000 square foot in the district. You can't. There's not much you can fit there, and so I'm concerned that we will start getting more of these smaller developments and taking advantage of all the reduced setbacks, and the town doesn't get what I think is the most important part of this whole thing is well, two things. One is the affordable units and the maintaining our commercial properties. So every time a property is developed on a small space like this that gets us no affordables and is 100% residential instead of commercial, I think it's a double loss for us. So I'd be interested in figuring out a way for that not to happen.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, so to clarify, the average lot in town is about 10,000 square feet, like the 128 tire lot right next to Rise. And then the median size lot is the 6,000 square foot lot, which is like the Latham Law property.
Okay.
Example of the median size lot.
Jonathan, your hand is still raised.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I lowered it before and raised it just now.
Okay.
So thank you. I agree with the discussion about the affordable unit issue and the potential possibility of inapplicability of the setback issue, but I'm not addressing that. I want to go in a different direction, and in a sense, I apologize because I mentioned that my emphasis here, my interest here is in a different direction, and I didn't necessarily want to interfere with the discussion until the opportunity arose. But I do at least want to make note of the fact that some of my suggested revisions apply to this graph and in this section, and I just want to at least alert people to it. And I'm happy to talk about it later or to talk about it another time, but just to preview it My interest, which I know many of you know, I expressed it before, is primarily with respect to the way in which these projects integrate with or don't integrate with or are compatible with the physical characteristics of the existing community, particularly the residential communities that they abut. So most of my comments and most of my revisions go to that point of seeking to empower CPDCs. And I completely agree with Nick in his comments that 40R, if it does anything, it affords the town through the CPDC, through the approving authority, I think a lot more discretion and authority than we currently exhibit. And my emphasis is to increase that, particularly with respect to the physical characteristics of these projects and the way in which they integrate. So what I was going to propose is actually a tangential. There's a reference to the transitional area, Julie, in the design guidelines, and I think I'd like to include that definition in the bylaw. And I also think that definition should be expanded. Right now, transitional areas are limited literally to abutting residences. And I'm going to propose that you consider expanding that transitional areas are broader than just limited to the abutting residents, but go beyond that, and I can address that later. But to this point, many of my other proposals are going to address providing CPDC with language to underscore their authority to have greater control and authority over the designs of the proposals. And in this regard, I was going to suggest, just so you know it's coming, that with respect to the setbacks, and with respect to, particularly to the step backs, and also with respect to the height, which is, I think, the next section, the similar language, which all basically says, to paraphrase, that where projects are within the transitional area, in other words, where they are within X number of feet of a residential property, the setbacks may be further increased, and the step back requirements may be further increased, and the height requirements can be reduced by the approving authority, the CPDC, to a certain set limit upon finding, based on the project's massing, scale, or architectural design, my emphasis on architectural design, that it fails to integrate with or complement the character of nearby residential buildings. So I just wanted you aware that I'm going to propose that you consider some slightly different language than what you see here, just so that you're alerted to it. And I didn't really want to digress to that, but I at least wanted to alert you that whenever the opportunity arises, I'd like to have a conversation about that. Thank you.
Jonathan, thank you.
Just quickly, were you thinking it would be part of the dimensional table, or like obviously the definition would be in the definition section, but like the rest of your step backs and setbacks, were you hoping it would be a note below, or?
I was proposing, it's a good point, Julie, and I'm glad you raised it. I was going to propose that that it be added, particularly somewhere, I'm not sure where, but with respect to what you added on the footnote 2 for minimum side rear setbacks abutting a residential zone. And then that actual footnote 2 not only references, obviously, because it's the footnote 2 to the setback comment, it also references the step back requirements. And I was just going to suggest adding this language there that basically says that that those dimensions can be adjusted within the discretion of CPDC if they're concerned that the project as proposed fails to integrate or complement those neighboring residential properties. And that would allow for a conversation, because obviously I'm not sure that the real desire is to expand those setbacks and step backs, but rather to engage in a conversation with the developer about changing their design to conform to what we want. And then I was suggesting adding it in the next section, which I think is 10.5.6.2, which is the height section, Julie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. So can we continue?
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Julie, I think the minimum lot area is going to have to remain as non-applicable. I did a quick little survey using the GIS maps, and basically there's about 5 or 6 properties that are less than 4,000 feet. Even the 18 Woburn Street was 4,150 feet. And those 5 properties are all the residences along Green Street. And you're right that they don't have the 50-foot front setback, front width. But it seems that basically you're telling these people that everybody else can build around you, but you can't.
Well, I'm not really saying that, because they can build under business B, and if they're already not able to build under 40R because of the 50-foot frontage requirement, and the fact that a 40R development with the densities required would be probably extremely difficult to achieve on a lot that size, like, I'm not sure that I agree with you, Tony.
Those are fair comments. But the point still exists that there's nothing that's less than 4,000 square feet other than these houses in the area.
Yeah, mostly on Green Street and Gold Street. Is that correct? Those were the ones I thought I saw.
Gold Street.
You know, if we increased it, then we'd be capturing more, right? But at 4,000, that was kind of where we arrived at 4,000, was because of the 18 Woburn project was just above that. And then like the one, when we were looking at the properties left downtown, we realized that a lot of those less than 4,000 like don't meet the frontage requirement anyway.
Right.
But then, you know, the question of whether we want to make it bigger, you know, to try to encourage like projects that have more units, and, you know, and limit the craziness of trying to fit all the things we want on these really tiny lots. No.
So if I can just, I'll put my 2 cents into these, and you can, right, so we can move along. I would advocate for increasing the minimum lot area to 6,000 square foot. I do like the idea about the setbacks, about, you know, treating them as I'm going to say, I don't know, say treating them as one, right? So that you can combine them, so we could get some usable setbacks on the side that may make sense to have a usable setback. And of course, right, that's all a negotiated thing. And if they're trying to push the building to the wrong side, we can easily point that out to them. I do recall the front setback. There are 2 items that we discussed about with that. One is, I forget who brought it up. I think it might have been Liz, actually, that, you know, there's an importance to keeping the street line, sort of the building, you know, line where it is, and not having too much departure from that. But the other thing is that once you start pushing the buildings back, and having even allowing for more front setback, there's I think 3 issues that come up. One is there will be a lot of there will be developers will be tempted to use that front space for circulation, and or parking, and or loading zones, all which take away from that, you know, what we're trying to do here in the streetscape, and also pushing the building back towards those residential properties that, you know, pretty much every property here does abut a residential property, maybe not residentially zoned, but a residential property. And so, you know, I'd be concerned that what we're doing is actually pushing any of the developments back to, you know, back to create more impact to those properties. So would not necessarily be in favor of that. So. I'll leave it at that.
Sarah has her hand raised.
Yeah, I just, John, I don't recall that we said anything about pushing buildings back. It's at 0. Did I miss something?
No. Julie had in here about whether we wanted to change the maximum front setback, which is 10 feet. So what that does is it makes sure that the building is set up close to the street. And if you allow that maximum front setback to be bigger, then it would allow developers to move the building back on the site.
Okay, I don't think anybody was, did anyone say they wanted to make it larger, or are you just saying as a discussion point?
I thought that was a proposal.
Just a discussion point, because
Yeah.
we have had some feedback about like canyonization and like we've heard a desire for like spaces like the one in front of Latham Lar, the one that was in front of the Chronicle. And so I
Right.
just put it out there, like, let's talk about it.
Okay. Oh, like for
yeah.
eating, people outdoor dining and that sort of thing, or?
Yeah, I mean, right, if you had a big setback like that, it could be used that way. But I just mean like, it was just something that we heard from,
Okay.
throughout this process that I wanted to make sure we at least talked about it.
Okay. All right. I just wasn't sure if I missed something because it sounded like it had so much emphasis there. I didn't think it was really a thing. So, all right. Thank you.
And I see Lorraine's hand raised.
Hi, I just have a really quick question on this, on the minimum lot area. Are any of the buildings that are approved or already constructed built on a lot between 4,000 and 6,000?
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, so the property across the street from Town Hall on Woburn Street by the entrance to the CVS parking lot is about a 4,000 square foot lot. The 14 Chapin Avenue project, which is a 3-family project, but done under 40R, that is on a 6,000 square foot lot. And then the Chronicle building, I believe, is a 5,700 square foot lot.
Okay. My two properties on Green Street both meet. One's 5,900 or something. I don't even know what it is. And the other one's 4,400. So if you change it to 6,000, we will never have the option to do that. All the other lots are pretty small, but yeah, I don't think
That's right.
that's fair if I ever want to do that and all these other buildings are already built. So, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, Julie, want to continue?
Sure.
I think we're section 10.5.6.1.
I guess I just want to make sure we don't miss, like, does everybody feel like we talked about the dimensional table enough here? And then did we want to talk about Dave's comment about the 300-foot long building? And I think, Andrew, you pulled some data earlier today about the lengths that we have on the recent 40R projects.
But just back to where Dave had marked it, though, wasn't that on the minimum lot? I didn't think that was what defined how long a building face had to be. Because in our guidelines, we tell them how they have to break it up, right?
Right, that's right. So it's a maximum, right? It's a maximum like length of unbroken building, but the design guidelines do have like requirements for articulation and step back and variation.
Not that important in the scheme of things. Sorry to jump in, but just to move on as far as I'm concerned.
If they're conflicting, we definitely want to resolve that. So if we don't have enough language in the guidelines to break up that 300-foot length, then we should address it. I thought we did. I thought it was actually 30 feet before you have to do something.
I think it's closer to 80 feet.
I think it's 80 feet. That seems too long. What it is.
We can look into that.
Okay, that's all.
And then do we want to talk about like setbacks and do people, how do people feel about, I guess we can, no one's in favor of increasing the maximum front setback. Fine, I kind of expected that. But then with regards to the setback, the proposal from staff about the two setbacks 10 feet each, and then how that might work with the other setbacks we already have, and then also the proposal from the residents, which was to have it be, let me see, include the language or residential property so that the 15 feet applies to more sites. Or do y'all feel like we talked about that enough?
I'll add kind of half a cent. That the idea of having two setbacks in a combination, I'm okay with that. I'm not entirely sure how that will play out. I'm hesitant a little bit because I actually hope we don't end up regretting it by just having 10 feet here and there that are just kind of then become alleys that are ugly and not nice. On the setback to the residential properties, I have a hard time disagreeing with that. Maybe I'm not thinking it through all the way. So I guess I'd appreciate some more discussion as well. I appreciate the point that if you increase a minimum setback in the rear, it reduces, same way as you do it in the front, it reduces the viability potentially of some of these projects. But here's what I'm thinking is that it seems like there are a number of properties that, unless they are combined, will probably remain residential for some time. And I do get concerned about having large buildings right up to the back properties of some of these properties that are on lots that are small enough that will probably remain residential for a long time and impacting what it feels like to live there.
Lorraine, your hand is raised.
Sorry about that again. Although I am, with that comment, I am that person who lives behind, everybody knows this, the first big building, and it does impact the lifestyle of the entire neighborhood. But I also don't want to have our neighborhood be restricted anymore. And I don't have plans on building anything on my land. I just don't want you to set something up that 10, 15 years from now, when I'm surrounded by buildings, that then I wouldn't have the right to build something on mine. So I need you to keep that in mind. I mean, and my neighbors as well. And I hope they don't combine their homes and lots and build things, because these houses are historical. But if they do, I want people to have the same rights that these builders from other towns are coming in and having. So that's all.
Thank you, Lorraine. John, your hand is raised.
I just, I know that I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I'm going to say objection and take that word lightly, but the thing I have a hard time wrapping my head about when we use a residential property instead of a residential zone is that is, and if I can use Lorraine as an example, that her property, if we use residential property instead of a residential zone, her property or her neighbor's property would be impacted by what she does or what her neighbor does at any one particular time. So, which is pretty rare in land use control, right? Is that just because my neighbor does something means that I have I'm limited or allowed to do something else. And I'm not sure I can wrap my head around that. As opposed to, my neighbor's property is zoned a specific thing, and that allows me to do, X, Y, and Z, or I'm abutting that zone, it allows me to do X, Y, or Z. So that's the thing that I have a problem with, using a residential use as part of a zoning restriction.
That being said, Julie, should we move on?
Sure.
Is there a hand up from Angela still?
I think it's still up.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. When this zone was originally done however many years ago, I really remember discussions about how properties would be combined to make larger developments. I really never envisioned all of these lots being developed individually and thinking that it would be done as quickly as it is being done. So I would be in favor of increasing the minimum lot area for that reason. Having listened to Lorraine and others, I understand that there might be problems with it, but that is one comment I have. And I also think that the reason that as was said by others, the reason that we have this is for affordable housing. That was one of the main points of this. That's what the zoning is there for. So I think that really needs to be behind every decision that we make when we're making all these decisions. Thank you.
Okay, Julie, can we move on?
Sure. So this section here refers to mixed-use development and the percentage of the ground floor that can be dedicated to office and institutional uses, right? So the percentage of the gross floor area that can be used for non-residential and the percentage of that can be on the ground floor that's dedicated to office and institutional. So it's a little this is just something it can happen outside of the rest of the conversation, I think, because it really relates to the fact that we're no longer seeing buildings like 30 Haven where the entire ground floor is commercial. And so when you have a building like 30 Haven and the entire ground floor is commercial, it's really easy to determine, have they tipped the 33% threshold that's allowed for office and institutional, and do they need a waiver? And I think that it's really clear that what we're trying to get with that is that the streetscape and those businesses with street access are not office and institutional uses. So what we see now are the ground floor of these developments the front is commercial and then the back is parking for the upper floor residential. So none of these are going to trip the 33% of ground floor area, because the ground floor area is mostly dedicated to a non-commercial use anyway, right? So that's a weird way to explain what's going on here. But like, essentially what can happen is these buildings that are being constructed that have the retail or the commercial at the front and the parking in the back, they could all be office and institutional uses. Because already enough of the portion of the ground floor is like something else. So we were trying to clarify this language so that the intent, what we think the intent of it can still be met, like given the developments we're seeing today. So what we did is I'll just read it. Development projects may include a portion not to exceed 50% of the total gross floor area to be used for non-residential uses, including office, retail, restaurant, service, or institutional uses, provided that office or institutional uses may not utilize more than 33% of the total gross square footage of the commercial area, versus saying of the ground floor area. That's the gist. And then Nick had a comment. A development with enough area and grade change could have residential at grade. I think row house at back side of lot with commercial along the primary front street. We want 50% because the goal was to add or maintain commercial density downtown, not just keep building residential. So the 50% we're not proposing to change, like that seems fine. And I'm not sure I really understand the top part of your comment, Nick, but we can get there in a minute after I go through everything else. And then Tony commented, I recommend that we require a minimum of 25% of the total gross square footage or the current commercial square footage, whichever is greater, to be used for non-residential. And that only retail, restaurant, or service can be located at street level. This should minimize token mixed use of a few hundred square feet. Note, street level may need to be defined as exampled by postmark, right? So I think what this is saying here is that a minimum of 25% of the total gross square footage or a minimum of 25% of the current commercial or the entirety of the current commercial square footage of the building before it's redeveloped needs to be dedicated to non-residential. Okay, and so I think that explains what the issue is with this. And I don't know if the resident team had any thoughts about this. Let me just check. No, okay. Thoughts?
So it seems to me that the major change that you made here was just to ensure that 33% of the total, 33% of the, no more than 33% of kind of that commercial area is office or residential, and that commercial area still must be at least 50% of the total gross floor area.
The first part was right. The second part was not right. So the commercial cannot take up more than 50% of the gross floor. These buildings,
okay, right.
Actually, I believe that's in compliance with the 40R statute.
Okay.
And we're not getting projects that are even anywhere close to that anyway.
Right.
But they can go up to that much, like if that were ever the way that the economics worked again, they could go up to that much. The key thing is the 33% and what it's carved out of.
Yeah, and the type of commercial use in that, and I agree that carving it out of the commercial space, not the total ground floor space, makes or the total floor space makes sense.
Okay.
I agree with that. Though I would like also, I'm not sure that I followed. I think Nick is in the same camp there. But I'm not sure I completely followed where Tony was going.
I was just trying to get as much commercial space as possible. That if you're going to knock down a building, that you should at least be required to put it back as much commercial space as you took down.
In concept, I don't disagree with that. Trying to think of, like, in reality, can we get there? I mean, right, to the T, and right, that's the like exact right. If they have, you know, 1,024 square feet, and they come back with, oh, we can only get 1,000 in there, that would be great. I mean, that'd be fine to me.
Is it something that we can add? I get this now too. Thank you for clarifying, Tony. And I'm wondering if it's something that we can add to the waiver process. I'm scrolling way ahead where as we tier it, one of the as we're going, one of the waiver requirements is to include commercial space. And I'm wondering, there, can we say, ideally, adding, not subtracting from commercial space. So we're putting into the area where we have flexibility as opposed to make, I mean, I suppose there can be a waiver for anything. So as opposed to saying, yeah, okay, you know, no reduction of commercial space, to John's point, that if somebody comes back with like 50 square feet less of commercial space, but the rest of it is there, and it's, you know, and we're getting all of the other things, I'm okay with that too. So just not a dramatic reduction. I guess I'm just wondering if it fits there in the tiered schedule of density waivers where we're talking about commercial. I don't know. Just a thought of how to get to that concept.
Maybe not, because in the density waivers, I think you might, I don't know how it would play out, but you could run into the height limit before you're getting to a place where you can both maintain all of that square footage and become more dense.
Yeah.
Just I thought as you were saying that, but I mean, it does seem like something that's good in principle.
I was going to say this later, but it's tricky. The tiered schedule is tricky because as like the density increases, so do the asks, right? So it's like they don't have an inverse relationship. So it's like hard to get everything. It's like just it's harder and harder to get things.
Right.
But so be it.
But at the minimum, we have a requirement for a commercial component, right?
Well,
but the requirement for commercial component is shall not exceed 50%. There is no minimum.
I see your addition there.
Yep.
Is it permitted to require commercial? I thought at the previous meeting, Julie, you may have said that per the state for 40R, you have to allow residential only projects.
No.
So the provisions that we adopted, we allow multifamily only and mixed use. So like where this is situated under the mixed use heading here, I think we could add in, we can't require more than 50% of the building to be commercial, but we could have a minimum. I think that would be fine. And this only applies to like projects that are mixed use. It wouldn't apply obviously to like the multifamily only ones.
Okay, so yeah, those would still happen, but if you're going to do mixed use, you have to go to a certain threshold. Okay, I think I'm finally caught up to everybody else.
So let's play that out though for a minute, Julie.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If so you can, if you provide mixed use, then it has to be a certain amount. Or your other alternative is to provide a residential only,
Right.
which we know that all developers would much rather do,
Sure.
right? Because they lose money on the commercial.
Except
So
they don't get the height, right? The difference there is the height.
And potentially density.
Mhm.
all right, yeah, I'm just trying to play that out, you know.
To have an all residential development, yeah, or mixed
It's not a
use, but only a
40R.
little.
Right, like, I
That's the
think-
case, it's not a 40R.
You know, they do it so they can get, like, they do mixed use, right? So they can get 3 floors of residential and provide the parking underneath and then put a little commercial at the front. Right. Otherwise, they're limited to 33 feet in height. So they won't get like 3 full stories of residential if they also have to figure out where to put parking, unless they go below grade. Right.
Correct.
At least that's how it is, seems to me, like at this moment in time.
Yeah.
Huh. And I'm looking at the table of what we've approved. Oh, where did it go?
I can pull it up on the screen here. Heather.
Yeah, and there's only been one that's, if I'm reading this correctly, yeah, that has the commercial square footage, where the commercial square footage is more than 25 feet, 25%.
Right. Well, 18 Woburn Street. So are you looking at this chart that I have on the screen, Heather?
Yeah.
Yes.
I should clarify, this is, like, it's a little tricky, right? But so, this is commercial square footage as a percentage of either gross or net square footage, right? Like, which, and the reason these are different is because this is just different developers give us different metrics, right? But then here, in terms of like how much of the ground floor is used for commercial, that's what, this is like a different way to look at it. So this is percent of the ground floor used for commercial. So.
Denominator for that would include parking.
No,
No.
so we did like enclosed ground floor, and then, which like in some cases includes a little bit of the parking, and then there's like a separate, actually, I'm trying to remember if we separated out entirely the garage. I think where we could, we tried to separate the garage out entirely, even if it was like partly enclosed. No, that makes no sense. Andrew, what were we doing when we did this? Help.
So the ground floor total square footage does include enclosed parking and potentially some exposed parking, like in the case of Shoot and maybe Rise. The garage square footage is parking alone.
There's some overlap here.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So I probably should note that in a footnote below.
And we only got that parking underneath Haven because it was already there, really, right? The hole was there.
Correct.
Right.
18 Woburn taking advantage of the grade.
Right.
And nobody else is willing to do it. I guess Ace does it to some extent because the grade sort of slopes back a little bit.
And 18 Woburn, because of that grade too, like they were able to have one floor entirely commercial, almost one
Right.
floor entirely commercial, right? So that's how they get that 28%.
So going with Tony's suggestion, I'm wondering to myself, and I'll share it with all of you, is does it make sense to maybe require 25% of the, where'd that chart go, of the ground floor instead of 25% of the total square footage? I say that kind of looking for help and playing that through because, of course, getting back to, we want parking, we want open space, we want all of these things. Can you fit that all in? It looks like some of the projects get closer, not really, but do get a little bit closer to the 25% of commercial on the ground floor, I guess. But is that realistic or not to have that in there as a minimum?
I would say don't look at the ground floor percentage. Look at the commercial square foot percentage.
All right.
And we're getting 8, 4, 6, 5. That's telling me that we're getting just token little strips of commercial on the ground floor, parking behind, and the rest is all residential. Bumping that up to 15 or even 20 or 25% buys us more commercial, and it's most likely going to be put on the ground floor. But it doesn't have to be. You could have offices on the second floor even. But I think those numbers, 4, 5, and 6, are just way too low. Question is how high could we push it, and how high should we push it?
Well, remember when we were talking about South Main Street and pushing for 25%, that we ran into a lot of issues about, how do you actually get there because of because of building circulation and all that other sort of stuff, residential entrances, blah, blah, blah. So I think that 25% is probably not, that'll just, drive people away. But I am completely, agreed that 5 and 6% is not cutting it. As a percentage of total.
You want to split it at 15?
I think we have to look at what the state requires.
The state doesn't have a minimum requirement for commercial. They have a maximum. So, I think like you've recently seen, at least this is preliminary, right? Because 6 Shute Street's not finished, but like right. They're at 10%. I wonder if 10% would be. This I don't want to talk about Shute Street when
you can look at these very simply, and you can see the impact is the parking, right? Mm-hmm. When they grade, we lose commercial space because Haven and Woburn all have. We're going to call 18's parkings below grade, right? Because of the luck of having that grade change. Everybody else is taking that space and making their parking fit in there. And Postmark's 8% is, I think, too light in the overall scheme of Postmark, but they're probably quality spaces. Those 2 spaces could be very successful. They're pretty interesting. So maybe that 8% is acceptable because it might be a fun space, with that outdoor component that's sort of built into the project. Again, developer didn't create that. It just happens to be there. The other ones I agree, though, just off that, and we couldn't get anywhere.
The Chronicle's at 5%.
and Nick, with Postmark, there really wasn't much else that they could do with that space because of the historic, restrictions and all. So, I would put that in the same camp of, they didn't do it willingly.
You could add that outdoor to that commercial component potential. I guess I haven't been, since it wasn't the post office, I haven't gone up to that deck to see how much square footage there is on the top of those stairs usable.
I mean, I think if you're going to include something like that, we should be clear that something like that can be counted, right?
Maybe it's not a hard number, but we understand how it can be used, and so we could say, yeah, there's only this much indoor commercial space, but the bonus of that outdoor space just being there. Bunratty's, right? Do we count that outdoor patio in theirs? Would we count that outdoor patio in theirs? We should.
I haven't included them in here, but like if those areas should be included, then we should say
that's a commercial use. So that's
yeah.
Lawn building there, obviously. Right. That building is, I think, all commercial level, right? So
yep.
But I think if somebody were providing a space like that, it should be at least considered when we're making decisions about granting waivers or approving projects. It have that number on the side so we understand what it means.
A space that's so clearly dedicated, outdoor space that's so clearly dedicated to commercial use. I think that should count.
I think actually that double counts. You get to count it for open space and you get to count it for commercial. Incentivizing more people to do it.
All right, let's not get caught up in this. The point is we got to get these numbers up. So my comment, by the way, I misread what Tony wrote. I thought he had written 25% maximum, and that's why I said, no, we want 50%. He was saying minimum. And I'm okay with having a minimum like that. 25% is pretty low minimum. Of the gross, not of the first floor.
Sorry, what number did you say, Nick?
Well, Tony's recommendation was 25%, and I'm not opposed to that being a minimum. I still think when we did our blocking and stacking, we did 4-story building. The first floor is commercial. It's 25% of your building.
Right.
But weren't we just looking at a sheet that kind of showed that that's, not what we're.
It's not being developed that way because they're using that for parking. And so if we push them to find better parking strategies, we might be able to recapture some of that. And so as a tool, as a leverage to make them go find more parking, we have that minimum that we potentially waive, I guess. But
Nick, wouldn't you even say though that, I mean, 30 Haven, right? The entire first floor is used as commercial, but because of the circulation and other stuff, it doesn't come out to 25%.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the next column over, it shows that. So 100%, the ground floor total says 100%, but on the left side here, this commercial is 21%.
Right.
Right.
Right. And so that's why I'm saying 25, I don't think that we can get it to 25. I don't think we can get anyone to 25.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Haven Street's a little complicated. They have a pass through from front to back. So there's a circulation that might not be in a building that South Main Street. The examples we built for South Main Street didn't have that. They had stair towers, elevator towers, some mechanical for the building, and that's where we were coming up with that 25%. And if we're not sure what that minimum number is, then we shouldn't put anything in here because I don't want to give up 10% of a floor because we wrote down 12% when someone could have given us close to 20.
Should we say 20%? Kind of, I mean, I'm trying to not be random either, but I'm also looking, I am also thinking about this Haven Street one where it's like, already, there's a lot of commercial there and it still doesn't get to 25, but it does get to 20. We have two projects that get to 20. It's like if we're going for an area where we've got, which personally, this is what I would love to see everywhere is, the street front is commercial. Does that ultimately, is it really more about 20%? Because there are other passageways and things like that that need to be taken into account.
Yeah, I mean, Woburn Street is compact, but that whole floor is commercial, and then there's the elevator access, and they're at 28%.
Yeah.
All their parking is not on that floor. None of their parking is on that floor. So that's the solution, is to get the parking out of there, and you can get close to 30%.
But for a creative parking solution, I don't think we want surface lots, I think, because then that breaks up the, facade and the walkability even more. I mean, I think maybe we would, then the solution would be, other shared parking arrangements or going underground, which I don't know. It doesn't seem like many are willing to do that.
No, it's expensive.
I think underground too, like parts of downtown have a pretty high water table.
They do.
So it could be extremely expensive.
It's expensive during construction, but not during operation. You can put in water barriers and pump systems to maintain that, to keep the water level away from your basement, which is just a garage at that point. So it's damp, doesn't have to be dry.
That's making me think that something like 15% though might be more appropriate, just to leave, because if 25 would be, as you said, 1, 2, 3, 4, bottom floor is all commercial. So scaling back to a requirement of 15% leaves more flexibility for accommodating some parking, but not as much parking on the ground floor, just to, balance the cost of underground parking and the undesirability of more surface parking lots.
And even with underground parking, you still have some of that ground floor taken up by access to the underground parking.
Right.
Unless you're fortunate enough to have, the grade work with you, like some properties do, but not all.
I guess I would also just caution, like, anything that impacts all projects, including by right projects. This DHCD might rule that it would unreasonably impair development if you require too high of a percentage commercial.
I don't want to sidetrack us, Julie, because it's getting late, but something you just brought up about by right. I understand about the new requirements from the state about commuter rail, multifamily zoning within a half mile of the commuter rail, which basically is this entire district. Is probably the one portion of town where we would have to figure out how to include by right multifamily, unless we could figure out down by Market Basket, because that's right. At some point, that's going to change Reading. But I guess, have you looked into that, and do we need to figure out a way to incorporate by right multifamily zoning into this area as well?
So we looked into it when it originally came out, and I think we at that time thought we complied. It seems like either there was more specificity added, or I recently became aware of more specificity, and Andrew and I are attending a webinar on Wednesday that the MBTA is holding, so that we can make sure that we are complying with the requirements.
As long as that was brought up, I don't want to go down too far of a sidetrack either. Does that mean that multifamily just must be allowed somewhere within a half mile of the station, or everywhere within this half mile of the station?
The way that I read it, and Julie, maybe you guys read it more closely, but there's a certain density within a half mile of the station that you need to be able to accommodate. So it doesn't mean everywhere, but right, basically a certain number of units that you need to be able to accommodate within a half a mile by right.
And something
somewhere.
about an amount of acreage.
Yeah,
as well.
and so they identified for Reading. I looked it up. I forget what it is off the top of my head, but 1,000 plus units that we need to identify a place where those could be provided by right, and maybe they are already. And but I don't think so.
So I
Because
do
40R does not count specifically. Is the way that it was defined, because it requires a special permit.
40R does not require a special permit.
Or it requires a special, it's not by right.
If it's 20 units per acre, I think that we need to look into that
Okay,
more specifically, because I do think that the CPDC does have a limit. Like, it's this 40R plan review process is similar to the site plan review process in a
Okay.
lot of ways, in terms of like what the CPDC can and cannot do. So we're gonna try to get answers for you on that.
And I only bring it up, I didn't want to complicate things, but that may have to influence what is done in this zone. It may not. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully we're all set. But
So initial conversations we had with town council and DHCD, they were like, no, you're fine. So that,
Because there's a pathway to it. And I can see how it can come up in this context of what are we requiring for mixed use, because there's this, and then steer people more toward residential because requiring the commercial is too difficult, right? But it shouldn't be too difficult to require this commercial. I still like having a minimum. Getting back to this question here, I still like having some sort of minimum.
Agree.
At least to have that discussion and knowing what, and at least to always prompt that discussion rather than us saying, you don't have enough commercial, and being in meetings and in reviews and kind of poking around at what is the right amount. I mean, I hear that we don't want to give up kind of 10% of potential floor space or gross area, when we could have had the conversation starting at 25% instead of 15 or 20%. But there's got to be a right number there to at least have a real discussion about what is truly desirable and what's beneficial to the town and what's workable for the project with all of the other things that need to get fit in. 18%? I don't know.
what about
15 to 18.
What about like an eighth of the building? So if you figure 4 stories, the top 3 are residential, and then you have the bottom floor, right, which is divided in half. Like, so it's like an eighth of the building. What if it was like 12.5% or something, or 13%?
12.5% sold.
Yes, I'll go along with that.
All in favor? Aye. Let's move on.
Yes. 12.5. Got it.
13. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
Well, so you guys can sleep on it and let me know what you think next time.
Okay.
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 Should we keep going?
Yes.
Okay.
I see Mr. Talbot has his hand up.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yes. David?
Hi, everybody. Thanks again. I just wanted to kind of check in on the public hearing part of this. This is a really interesting session. You're all doing great work here and we all appreciate it. I think there's a few people on the call and I just wasn't sure what the process was going to be from here. I also have one email. I got an email from Phil Pacino asking me to speak on his behalf with some comments. So I'd like to just do that for a minute, but if this isn't the moment, when would be a good moment? And to like just kind of give overall comments, and maybe some of us are going to hit the sack, even though you can't yet. So what do you think? Is now a good time to just make general comments and sign off, or should we hang in here?
Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. So this is Phil Pacino. I don't know, is the public hearing going to be continued after tonight? Do you expect?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay, so then maybe some of what I just said is moot. But he just wanted to make the general comments. This is Phil Pacino. He lives at 5 Washington Street, and he's just noticed a large increase in non-owner occupants and he says there's some of them are being converted into Airbnb type of ownership, and it's causing issues. And he's concerned about, with many more large developments of sort of condo ownership type developments, that he's concerned that this is going to continue to be a problem. I don't speak for him, but he did ask me to just relay it because he couldn't be here tonight. So it's a general concern about density, that in his opinion, to avoid changing the character of the area and the surrounding area, that there needs to be a limit to the density of future 40R developments. That was his general comment that I'm just making on his behalf. And I didn't know, I can certainly wait, and when you get down to the tiers, wait till you're ready to talk about that. But I did want to, at some point, just have a chance to just give you the general pitch on what we suggested for tiers, whether now or should. If I'll wait if you want me to.
At this point in time, we haven't talked about B&Bs.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole different issue.
What, the tiers? I meant tier 1, 2, 3 that you have in the 40R, the suggested tiers. That's what I'm referring to. But tell me if you're going to do this another night, it's fine. Or if you want me to just sit tight for another half an hour or whatever, it's fine.
Julie, do you want to go back to the tiers?
We haven't, I mean, we can jump to the tiers and skip this and take it. If everyone wants to just jump into the tiers, we can, by all means, we can do that.
Okay.
What else do we have between, can you scroll through?
Right. So there's
quickly?
not that much, but like they're generally speaking hot topics. So
Yeah.
there's parking. That might be the big one. Yep. More parking.
Maybe it happens another night. I don't want to cause,
it will have, it will need to happen tonight. Tonight is the night. There's not a lot of other nights left.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then there's open space design. So kind of like talking about what we'd like to see with the open space in terms of how it's designed, demarcated, all that. And then let's see, I think then affordable units, getting to Tony's point about maintaining a district that has 20% affordability. And I think that might be, then we get into tiers maybe.
Yeah. And I didn't know if anybody else was waiting to speak, but it's your meeting. I'm just checking in.
Nope, you're all set.
So if CPDC wants to just start talking about tiers, we can do that.
No, I'd continue right on from here.
Okay.
Okay, I'll wait.
Keep on track.
So Pam, what is it you're telling me to do?
Keep on track.
So go back up?
No.
Okay. Stay here, talk about tiers.
what's posted right now is mixed use development.
Oh, you're not seeing what I'm doing. Okay. Somehow
No.
my screen share is not right. Okay. I'm sorry for the confusion, everybody. I didn't realize that. Okay. So here I am at the tier section. Can you all see the PDF version?
Yes.
Okay. So what Andrew and I took away from the last meeting was that there were the CPDC had some priorities. Like we heard loud and clear that if we have too many choices, we'll end up with projects that don't include what we want. So we wanted to figure out, okay, what are the priorities? Like, what are we trying to get? And so we took all the notes we had and we kind of figured out like who actively said they supported certain things. And then we ordered them, right? So it looked like the goals from your last discussion were open space and connectivity, commercial space, parking, whether we get some for commercial or some for visitors, whether we consider how we figure out the ratio altogether. And then there was a discussion of getting increased energy efficiency in the redevelopment projects. So we also wanted to address like, what do we do for a project that is at 20 units per acre but is seeking waivers for other things, right? And the project that's seeking a density waiver and also other waivers for other things, right? So we had a tiered schedule before that really just addressed like how we would handle density waivers. So in this case, to address other types of waivers, we went back to the language that we had in the original bylaw, and which is right here crossed out. Like we had these 5 kind of waiver justifications. And we put in the approving authority will take into consideration the following design objectives when determining whether a waiver or waivers shall be granted. And we just listed them. Open space and connectivity between sites and to existing open space areas, commercial space of a quality and size characteristic of a downtown business district, parking in excess of minimum zoning requirements, whether achieved through additional parking stock for commercial, residential, visitor, or public use, or achieved through a long-term shared parking agreement. High performance building design that increases energy efficiency and minimizes utility and maintenance costs to end users. Preservation or rehabilitation of historic properties or other buildings considered significant to the town. And deeper or broader affordability. For example, units affordable to households earning at or below 50% area median income, or additional units available to households earning at or below 80% area median income. And these were not meant to be necessarily like ranked, but I mean, that's up for discussion, I guess, if that's what we want to do. And then Nick had a couple comments about rewording the commercial space the commercial space objective for clarity, and then also adding some language about the energy efficiency component. So it would say, and that provides for building resiliency to adopt future technologies and sustainable strategies as they become available. And then Tony had a comment just about waivers in general. He said, I need more clarification as to how waivers are to be applied. My understanding is that waivers should not be expected by developers, that even if they meet the requirements for a waiver, it may not be granted. The board might feel that explicitly listing the conditions under which a waiver may be granted would be beneficial to developers. However, it needs to be stressed that meeting such suggested conditions does not guarantee the granting of waivers. The key is to address waivers at the start of a project, not the end. So we, I forget if may was already bold in the bylaw or not, but the word may is bold. And then we said here, like when they'll be taken into consideration when determining whether a waiver shall be granted. And then below we added okay. like this, we have this tiered schedule down here for the density, the specific to density waivers. Applicants specifically seeking a waiver for density in excess of 20 units per acre shall adhere to the following guidelines. 1, for the purposes of determining project density, fractional numbers shall always be rounded to the next highest integer. And 2, compliance with the tiered schedule below in and of itself does not guarantee the waiver will be granted. CPDC will maintain the right to consider the waiver request in the context of the whole proposal and in consideration of its impacts to the downtown smart growth district. However, a request for a waiver for density in excess of 20 units per acre shall be considered more favorably if providing cumulatively the following. And then we broke the tiers down as follows. So tier 1, 21 to 40 units per acre, and the requirements would be open space provided at grade, as well as private amenity space for tenants. And just backing up for a second, we took the goals that the 4 goals from above and we kind of broke them into like categories. So the categories are open space, commercial, parking, and then in this case we put historic because it's a it's almost like a low, the building's historic and they're going to preserve it. That's kind of a, seems to me like a low, well, I don't know, we talk about it. It's hard to just, I can't find words for what I'm trying to say. So, and then getting into commercial. So commercial tenant space at the street level that is not less than 25% of the gross floor area of the ground floor of the building. Or parking, visitor parking at a rate of not less than 1 space per 2 residential units. Or historic, the preservation or rehabilitation of historic properties or other buildings considered significant to the town. And then just noting in the side, like in each tier, we put on the side, like projects that have been approved that are in that tier. So in this case, like the 14 Chapin Avenue, which is the multifamily project, they are in this category and they provided visitor parking. So they have 2 visitor parking spaces for 3 units. And then they also have a lot of at grade open space. It's not public, but it's at grade and it's visible. And then Tony added comments. His comments I put in line here in blue, and he thought we should adjust this tier to 21 to 25 units per acre. And then he suggested we remove private amenity space from this open space provision. Then we did tier 2, which we put at 41 to 60 units per acre. And then what we said here is tier 2 requirements are as follows. Provide at least 1 additional from a category not chosen. So if they chose parking in the first category, they need to pick, or in the first tier, they need to pick either, this is very hard to read, I'm sorry, either open space, commercial, or commercial in this section. So the open space requirement here is open space at a rate of no less than 10 square feet for each unit per acre in excess of 20 units per acre, at least 50% of which is provided at grade and is publicly accessible. And so those were things we talked about earlier, like whether we would want to require that or not. And then the commercial is commercial tenant space at the street level that is not less than 35% of the gross floor area of the ground floor of the building. And that is an increase from what was in tier 1, which was 25%. And then parking, additional parking at a rate of 1 space per 500 gross square feet of commercial space. And then we broke down like existing projects that are in this tier, right? So Postmark was 52 units per acre. And so for open space, that would mean they would be required to provide 320 square feet of open space, 160 at grade and public. The commercial we kind of talked about recently, what they provided on the ground floor was only 22.56%, so not quite the 35% we would be requiring. And then if they were to have provided additional parking spaces for this commercial, this parking requirement, they would have had to provide 17 spaces for the commercial space they provided. And Postmark notably did provide 9 more parking spaces than technically required under the bylaw. Nick pointed out astutely that the Postmark project and the Chronicle project under this, though they are on very differently sized lots, would have ended up with the same, almost the same square foot of open space requirement, simply based on their density, right? So the densities for these projects are really similar. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's just a good observation. And then with regards to the Chronicle, one thing to note was like if they chose the parking requirement under this tier, right, they would have needed to provide 1.2 spaces. Sorry, yeah.
Commercial.
Yeah, 1.2 spaces for their commercial. And they did provide already like 0.25 spaces more than required. So like they potentially could have met this if they just added 1 parking space to their project. Now I know that's really challenging in any building, but not a long shot for them maybe. And then if we did, Tony suggested we change this tier to 26 to 40 units per acre. And if we were to do that, we just don't have any projects that were in that range. So assessing feasibility would have to be done a different way. And then he also suggested increasing the commercial requirement to 50% of the gross floor area of the ground floor. Okay. Tier 3, 61 to 80 units per acre. Tier 3 requirements are as follows: provide at least 1 additional from a category not chosen under tier 1 or tier 2. So again, like if they chose, like, I don't know, open space in the first one, parking in the second one, they would have to choose commercial in the third one or building performance. So we're trying to figure out a way where a project that, like most of our projects came in this range, right? So at this point, they would have had to provide 3 of the 4 or 5 goals that were listed, 3 provisions. And we went through the whole analysis of, for open space and commercial, like open space, what would be required, what that would look like, and then commercial, what they provided and how it relates to what we're asking for here. Can dig into this more in detail after I finish. And then tier 4, we just put in more than 80 units per acre. And we figured, like, you know, if they're asking for that, we are going to ask for a lot of things that may seem really hard to achieve, such as like affordability. And we know that that's a tricky thing for projects to accommodate. And we would be asking for a lot more than required. And I didn't really put specifics around how much more, but more. And then commercial, the space for existing commercial tenants, so as to maintain current viable businesses on the premises post redevelopment. That's really hard for, as Tony points out, that would be like a really hard thing to do. I've seen it in a community I worked in, but a lot of, it was a perfect, a lot of things came together that it's like a unicorn situation, potentially. And then parking, a demonstrated long-term shared parking initiative that makes efficient use of land and existing parking supply. And this is another thing that we don't really see very often, because it's really hard for property owners to agree that they want to tie up their property for the long term to allow someone else to use it. So that's that. And then let's get to the resident proposal.
To do that, I think we weren't aware of these intermediate versions, so may have been reacting to old stuff.
That's okay.
I mean, I can go through this in like a minute, like just to get to the point, because
Right. Where does it
it's
start?
not, if you want me to.
Yeah, I do. I'm just trying to figure out where you're starting.
I think it's at the bottom there. There's some notes on the right.
Yeah.
'Cause
Okay.
we didn't have a Word doc, so our stuff is on the far right there, right? So I guess if I can have 1 minute, I can really get through it quickly. I know everybody's tired. That mainly with tier 3, it seemed like the things that were in tier 3 weren't very, like we all noted the comment by the Chute Street developer at the last meeting that he already complied with everything that you had. And I know you've changed some things since then, and we're reacting to the old thing. So anyway, that if you could just show that comment there, the light blue one on the right. That
Yep. Sorry.
because we were
Scroll down.
earlier, yeah. So because we were earlier advocating an open space requirement more universally, it felt like it was moot here because you'd already have required it. The shared parking, we had concerns that how do you really enforce that over decades? I mean, these buildings are going to be here for 50 years, 80 years, 100 years. Okay, shared parking now and for 2 years, but it just seems risky to like think that's a condition that that's going to persist for. And are you going to have deed restrictions to make that mandatory for 50 years? So we feel that's not it's potentially problematic. Then saving existing commercial tenants, is that still in there? Is that one that you have, saving existing commercial tenants? Or did you get rid of that? You have it? Okay. Our concern over that one is, again, it puts you in the position of regulating private leases, and it's a nice goal, but how the value of that, it's nebulous. Like what tenant, where, how much is that really worth to them and to the public, for the public good? How do you enforce that over, again, years? I mean, you do it now and then a year later they get evicted. So if it's not defined, so to us, it's like get rid of it and just do something very simple for tier 3. And the very simple thing, and I had solar panels there as the fourth one. I think you've changed that to energy efficiency more generally.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of that's already economical to do, and there's already a lot of incentives for those things. So I think Nick was saying at a previous meeting, and mixing up the energy requirements with planning is, maybe why go there? There's other people giving incentives for those things. It's already economical. It's not a reason to add 10 or 20 units to a project because they have some solar panels. So our feedback was that all of that didn't really seem to amount to very much to allow such massive density, and to get it back to like one simple thing that lets them go to that last big tier. And the one idea we had, which could be others, is greatly increase the affordability component. Because if at the end of the day, 40R is about affordability, and that's our goal as a community, then let's go for it. And if it's one of these really big ones, greatly increase, have like another 25% for the like for the AMI under 50%, like really create some, and that would be a public good. There might be one other big simple thing to do, like a big fee in lieu, back to our land discussion before, but all of this is very complicated. It's very nebulous, and it just seems like, why do it? So that's the gist of it. That's working back from our critique of the tier 3 stuff. We have other things for tier 2. Again, we have a fee in lieu thing, like do the 10 or the 20 square feet per extra unit. And if they can't do that, then they give like, say, 15 grand per unit back for a land acquisition fund. Getting back to the earlier comments by some that, it's not going to work everywhere. So if they can't do it, maybe they chip something in. If it gives you 100,000 or something per project, you have a fund. That's a single simple thing for like tier 2. So it's just going to save everybody a lot of time. A couple of simple things that are not nebulous and that are enforceable and are clear. That's it. I wouldn't get too heavy into the line edits here because they're not going to be perfect. You've already moved on. That's the high level feedback, at least from our group. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Okay.
And thank you for all the time with the public comment, by the way. You've been very accommodating throughout the meeting, so
No
we all
problem.
appreciate it. You guys have some brutal meeting lengths here. I feel for you. So.
That being said, should we take a look at continuing this discussion? Julie?
I think you guys need to keep going. Your agenda on the 24th is enormous, unless you want to add another meeting.
Keep going. If everybody else agrees. Having heard none, go ahead. Julie?
I'm just waiting for feedback from you or from other people on the call.
I can
I say
start.
keep
I have
going.
some-
Let's keep going.
I mean, are we ready to begin discussing the waivers? Pierce?
Bring it
Wait,
on.
how much longer are we gonna go? Because I'm out of vodka.
11 now.
If we're gonna go more than an hour, then I want to get another drink. Olive drink, but I need some more tea.
Do you take a 5-minute break?
Let's do that.
I could take like a 5-minute break. We'll all promise to come back, right?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, 5 minutes.
No taking naps.
I'm in it for the long haul, so I'll be here.
Pam, what do you say? 5-minute break?
I believe Madam Chairperson said there was a 5-minute break. Do it. And Dave, your hand is still up.
I officially am taking a break. I'll put it down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whoops.
It's like it's just you and me, Tony.
Your opportunity to adjourn.
No, it's not. There is not a quorum.
I know how it works. I don't know how you guys do it. I really don't.
Well, to be honest, being able to do it from home is easier.
That's true. I mean, I feel that because I'm on the RMLD board and it did get a lot easier that way. You know, not having to schlep down there and it's another whatever.
Julie, you still there?
Yep.
Wanted to know what's on our schedule. Keep threatening.
No, it's actually a lot of it's a lot of things. Some of them are small, but like there's like at least one thing that's probably going to take a while. The Shoot Street project is coming back on the 24th.
Okay. You saw my note about signage.
I couldn't deal with it today because of
sure,
for lack of a better term, bigger fish.
Yeah.
But I'll take a look at it tomorrow.
We've got a blade sign that's on the corner of Green and Main that flutters, and they didn't ask permission.
I think you're all back. Pam, are you still here? Yeah.
I am.
All right. So I think I count 6 CPDC members. You ready to resume?
Yes.
Okay. I was thinking I might just start screen sharing the Word document and editing it as you guys talk, if that seems appropriate.
Yes.
Okay. So I just have to find the right one. Okay, here we are. Katrina, did you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, so I think overall the tiered approach to the waivers, definitely in favor of the open space and commercial and most of these requirements. I think the way we have parking in here right now makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I think, this is the smart growth downtown district where we're trying to create a public benefit by increasing density of both housing and commercial in an area that has transit accessibility, and incentivizing parking in excess of the minimum feels counterintuitive to me in that environment. Additionally, we've talked about balancing parking with commercial on the ground floor. And so those two things come into conflict. And, the most recent parking study for downtown, although from 2018, so a little bit old on the oldish side, shows that it's not, even though parking feels dire, and I get parking anxiety when I go someplace, it may not be so dire that this is something that we need to push for here. So
Are you serious? Go ahead.
My thought is that we have the parking minimums, and we can have a benefit for shared parking or adding public parking or parking that's EV enabled, but it doesn't seem to me like something that should be encouraged as a trade-off.
I disagree.
Is that Heather?
No.
No, that was me, Pam and Sarah.
Sarah, I agree. I agree with you. There is a dire lack of parking in this town, especially in the downtown district. It is number one on most people's lips in this community.
And so I think public parking maybe is what belongs here, but just excess residential or commercial parking that's not open to the public falls into a different category, I think.
Is there any other public feedback on using parking as a tier 1? This is tier 1, right?
What we're looking at are the guiding principles.
Yeah, and then it's in the guiding principles, and it's kind of built throughout the tiers.
Oh, this is like a general wish list type of thing?
No, these are like just in general for waivers other than density.
Oh, this is for waivers. Okay, I thought we were working on the tiers. I'm sorry.
Right, no, we are.
These are principles about goals that we're trying to achieve that would run through the tiers.
Are you looking for comments on parking? I don't know if I can be heard, if I'm unmuted or not.
Yes, Bernie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on the park committee along with Liz, John, and Sarah. I don't know if anybody else from Park is on this call, but anyway, I mean, just with respect to, we're having a meeting tomorrow, and one of the, I'm just preparing for that now, and notice that we have quite a lot of emails from both business owners as well as residents about the lack of available public parking and parking that has been allocated to them in the various developments. For instance, we have one, well, we've heard from several people at the Postmark development, and Postmark development was generally speaking subscribed or built to the requirements. We have documentation now from the tenants that clearly show that the number of spaces that they require is closer to, at least it's over 1.8 per residential unit, and we don't even have the full, that's about 2/3 or so of the number of units that have responded to an internal survey by tenants. So I guess my comment would be that there may be at times parking for people coming and going to the businesses, but the residents are clearly not getting enough parking for what they're being sold. And if we want to treat people with all these developments reasonably, we need to have way more parking allocated than the 1.25 spaces. I just don't think that that number is a correct number from what real data we have, and it's backed up by the police department as well, because they're trying to enforce this stuff, and it's not easy for them to do either. So all I would say is that on this matter, and I'm sure that the people will disagree with it, but we're starting to hear clearly from people that they don't have it. And you could argue that they shouldn't have bought the condo if they needed more than the spaces that were allocated to them, but that's just not how life works.
That's exactly how life works. That's exactly how life works. They bought a unit that said X number of spaces. They knew how many spaces they were going to get. I'm not disagreeing, by the way, that they might need more spaces. I'm just saying
the problem is that
they weren't lied to.
You can't, just like we grant waivers for people for any number of things. This basically falls into the category that when people buy a 2 or 3 bedroom unit, and the problem is that a lot of the early buyers scooped up all the spaces. So they might have gotten 1 or 2 spaces, and that left no spaces or 1 space for the people who had other units. And it's just the way life works. And that, you can't possibly restrict future use of that building. That you
Sure you can. I do think, I'm going to interrupt you, Bernie. I do think that from what we've seen, I'll provide the other perspective, is from what we've seen is that that building is a bit of an anomaly. And the issue, Nick, with that building is essentially that that because the police department stopped the overnight parking ban, that when people overnight parking ban was not in effect when the bulk of the people were buying and moving into that building. Right. So they were not aware that you couldn't just park on the street. That same condition didn't happen in the other buildings. People were aware of the parking ban, and like you were getting to, didn't buy a spot where $1 million condo when they didn't have a spot to put their second car. Where we are finding, to Pam and Sarah's point, where we do see that there's a lot of issues with parking is with employees, because they take up space more than, for a much longer time. In general, aside from Postmark, I don't think that we found that and I'm sorry, I should go back. That's employees, not only for for existing buildings, but for these for these development these commercial spaces, and I'd say especially for these commercial spaces that are in these developments. So there's an issue with employees there. There's an issue with parking. There's an issue with loading, that have all sort of come from the increased the increased commercial activity that's going on, because there's been investment in downtown. So that is certainly something that we need to deal with. I'm not sure that decreasing the residential parking minimums is the issue. I do think that there's something related to the how we accommodate the commercial tenants, their employees, and then the customers. And I will go on to say that this goes back to the 33% of office and institutional use. That's directly related to parking. When we granted those waivers, I'm going to admit that was a big mistake. We have gotten a lot of feedback you know, as Bernie mentioned, and a lot of those issues are with those commercial and, with the office and institutional uses because they require parking for so long.
But I
Can I
mean,
make a
just as you made
suggestion?
John, just as you made mistakes on the commercial allocation of spaces, I would respectfully disagree that say that there are mistakes being made with just 1 1/4 allocation. It is simply not enough.
Okay.
I mean, with documentation. The only reason that Postmark is an exception is because it's the first one out and it's being more fully occupied. But I've got a letter in front of me here that we're going to review tomorrow at our meeting from the PDA Dental Group. And they have 30 employees. They have 5 spaces. And they have 175 to 200 patients per day that come into their office. So, you know, to deny this as an issue is, I think, going down the wrong road.
As I said, commercial, the institutional uses is a big problem in the employees.
If I may.
And maybe that,
go ahead.
that we skipped over the parking minimums section, which I think it's important that we set appropriate parking thresholds there, but having it be something that scales for a residential density waiver is where I was feeling a little bit uncomfortable with the incentives that created. I think we should set appropriate minimums and then have those as minimums that developers must follow, and then not say, okay, you get benefits for doing extra private parking.
Trina, do you have some suggestions for what those minimums should be?
Not offhand. I think we can go back to, we skipped over reviewing that section, but I mean, I think there's reasonable ideas out there and the baseline zoning for the downtown business district.
And if I'm wondering, as we're on this principles section, knowing that people feel there's a problem with parking, and knowing that we want to support our businesses and build and hearing, what I'm hearing is that what we're seeing is that commercial, visitor, public parking, that's a challenge. And I'm also, I share a kind of a philosophical. It's more than a philosophical. I share an outlook that is the reason areas within a half mile of transit centers must have allow for multifamily housing is that adding additional residential parking or incentivizing additional residential parking in an area that is designated as a smart growth district, in part because it's right near transit where people ideally ought to be able to get around. Maybe what we want to do is incentivize that commercial, visitor, and public use, and perhaps consider leaving the residential the same. I know, Bernie, that's not what you were saying, but maybe if we're talking about incentivizing things, incentivizing that shorter term parking so that people can come in and out and use the businesses.
If that looks like a good place to have that sort of incentive and have the parking requirements. I mean, I think we glided over it, didn't we?
Well, what I was suggesting is doing exactly what Julie just did there, is kind of just removing the word residential from that phrase.
Okay. So are we going to go back to the to the parking requirements and talk about that?
Perhaps we should discuss why we came up with a formula for 1.25 parking spaces per unit.
Yeah, I would like to know like where that came from and how many other towns that you looked at, because I've been looking at, you know, what, like for instance, even the Woburn Mall is 1.5. Towns like, I think Natick is scaled where it's 1.25, 1.5, 1.75. There's some that are 1.5, 1.25, 1.5, and 2. And I haven't seen any that are similar to, you know, just outside of the city that are this low. And, you know, we already had a parking problem before 40R. I mean, it was manageable, but there'd already been, I think, 3 parking studies done.
Julie, do you know when the 1.25 formula came into play?
That went in 2009, when I was not with the town. But I do believe we've talked about this recently, either at Park or at Cpdc, and somebody in our midst remembers how that discussion went. John, Nick.
I'm not being silent because I do not recall. I don't think that came from me.
I'm racking my brain. I really don't remember where the 1.25 came from, but if I recall correctly, back in 2009, the assumption was that more transit. Matter of fact, I want to say back then we were even talking about more frequent train service into Boston.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem I've seen is that the MBTA has cut back instead of increasing. They've even eliminated one of our bus lines.
Well, is that a factor of COVID or not?
I don't know if
Largely
it's a factor of
reversed.
COVID, but
Yeah.
the MBTA, losing money as it tends to do,
Yep.
keeps looking for ways to save money, and they start cutting at the edges. And unfortunately, we're an edge.
Yep.
And I believe they've largely reversed most, if not all, COVID cutbacks.
They've reversed them?
Yeah, so things that were cut during COVID have since been brought back.
So the bus line has been restored?
I don't believe so. I think what Tony was saying is it may have been cut before COVID.
So here's a chart of like where I keep track of parking utilization in our multifamily projects. And this includes more than just 40Rs. It also includes 40Bs and then some of the older housing stock that's in and around the downtown. And I also have seen data from the police department that was gathered like a few weeks in a row, just overnight to determine like, are the people parking overnight, like before they re-implemented the ban downtown, you know, where they ran the license plates to try to determine like, are these visitors, are these residents who haven't registered their cars, like who are the people who are parking all night downtown? And the data that they gathered showed that Postmark really was an outlier, that there was some overnight parking happening in and around the other projects, but like only a few cars here and there, not to the extent that it was happening around Postmark. And now that the ban is back in place, 100% of the complaints I've gotten have been from Postmark residents who had to have a second car, who thought they could park on the street. So it really, all the information I have points to like Postmark being an outlier in terms of parking demand for the residential component. And, you know, I do think John is correct that it largely has to do with the fact that the ban was not in place when most of the people moved into that building. And I don't know what they were and weren't told by the developer, but a lot of them didn't know. So now they are trying to figure out what to do with their second cars. Does that mean we need to change our ratios and our requirements when it seems like it's largely working everywhere else? That's for you guys to decide. But here is the data that I have. And the orange column is where I show like, this is the residential ratio based on utilization, right? So there's the ratio they provided for the project, and then the ratio based on utilization. So even like, for example, let's see. There was one I was going to highlight for you. So I have examples of projects like the Schoolhouse Commons. This is a 40B. It's a rental 40B project right next to St. Agnes. It's the redevelopment of, I think it was a school and then a gymnastics facility. They provided a ratio of 1.6. The residential utilization ratio is 1.25. The data I have, it's many different pages, so I can share it all with you. But if you go out to the last page at the end, there's notes about each project. So I have data about like how many people bike and how many EV users there are, and like are there compact spaces. Like it's all tried to capture as much as I possibly could to inform this conversation. And then one thing that does seem to be true is that the projects that are owner for sale projects, right? The Schoolhouse condos, this is the big building right over there, right next to Town Hall. The 14 Chapin Avenue project, which is the multifamily 40R, that's 3 units, and then the Postmark, they do end up with a little bit of higher, although I guess Schoolhouse condos didn't, but they do end up on the upper end, I guess. 30 Haven is a little higher as well, but they provided more. So, you know, I think there's a relationship there as well. So
based on the data that we've received in Park, and also the data from the police, and also the feedback from the people that when we were walking around doing surveys, I think one of the biggest, what contributes to this is that there isn't enough public parking, so that the people, for these people in these units, so that when they have a party, when they have people over, when they have overnight guests, so this is right on the hairy edge, a median of 1.24. So when we were talking about this, the minimum should be 1.5. And one of the other components of that is that that we also didn't address, I think it's further up, is that the spaces are too small, and they should not be reduced from 9 by 18. And in addition, they're at 33% compact, where in other 40Rs, I'll go back to the Woburn Mall, for instance, they're at 20% compact cars, which is much more reasonable for the types of cars that are in this town and that people drive. So there's people that have the larger cars that can't fit into their spots at all, and they're just sort of finding places in the outskirts where they can park. So I mean, it created a lot of extra work for the police department, having to go around and enforce the parking and put back parking signs that were taken down during construction, and it's just, I don't know. I think Bernie always mentions unintended consequences. I would say that doing 1.25 creates a lot of unintended consequences, and a lot of, that we can fix it. It's really not going from 1.25 to 1.5 isn't a big ask. It's actually the norm.
I will just say that going from 1.25 to 1.5 plus asking for open space and expecting to get any additional investment in downtown is probably isn't going to happen.
I disagree.
And
I think the right developer who takes a look at our town and realizes the character of this town and what to build would work with that.
it's not a matter Sarah, it's not a matter of liking the town. It's take a look at the parcels that someone has to work with and the requirements, the square footage and the requirements that you need to get a building and get circulation onto the site. We just don't have space. It's not whether people like Reading or not. There's very little space in downtown.
That's fundamentally the problem, isn't it? We just don't have enough space to stuff all the development down there. So we need to, I mean, I invested in a lot of developers around the world. And the answer to the short answer to all of this discussion is that you require the developers to have enough parking, enough open space, and they will adjust their profitability. And the most important factor about all this is that the land costs, the land value just goes down if they can't make enough money. And that's just the way it works. So if you want to put, quality of life ahead of, population density and higher taxes, then you just make the requirements what they are. And then, people build single family houses and make money. You don't have to build huge developments to make money. You can just scale it, and then they'll do what they need to make money. I mean, it happens all around the world. It's nothing. Reading's no different.
Right. And part of the goal here is to provide a diversity of housing types and have a diverse population so different types of people can live in Reading, and it's not all 100% single family homes.
That's the point. I'm just saying.
I don't think that has anything to do with this conversation.
You can make
Sure, it does.
When you create certain constraints like parking, because Reading's a suburban town and everybody has to drive somewhere. That's a reality. You wind up requiring more parking. The value of the land goes down as the development has to scale down. That's all I'm trying to say. And the reference to the single family is that developers make money building single families, and they can certainly make money building 20 unit versus 30 units if the requirement, for more space and parking is there.
I'm sorry, but this isn't a single family district here. I really feel like we need to get back to what we're doing in this district right here.
If you say a developer can make money on a single family house as much as they can, and they can make money on a 20 or 30 or 50 unit. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying
what I'm telling you is that you haven't attended the meetings, because you'll notice that the developers will tell you that they're going to walk away if you knock one unit off.
Yeah, I would call their bluff. That's what I would do if I was on Cpdc.
I'm just telling you what we're being told.
I know.
We had another developer who had said, nobody needs a car. You got a train system.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
We've got two ends of the scale.
Talk to the people at Postmark about that, and the elderly women who live there and need to go grocery shopping. They're not going to walk the market basket. Sorry, it just doesn't happen. They need cars.
Can I just make a plea that we maybe move down and talk about the tiers, because it's 11:45 and I need feedback on what we're doing here.
Go ahead, Julie.
Are you still taking public comment?
Not at this point.
I'm sorry?
Not at this point.
At some point soon, yes. I didn't mean to stop public comment. I just mean I need to get feedback from you. The night is getting, and time is of the essence with these proposals. So
go ahead.
So you skipped over, you've gone beyond the part. Were you talking about the goals? Yes. I had a comment about this section, and then I was going to leave. Can I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I agree with Dave Talbot's comments about keeping the asks at the high level and simple, and really thinking about what we want. And I agree with what he had to say. I also think in the area number 1, right there, open space and connectivity. I think that should be added, changed to additional open space, because I think that there should be some open space. And I think that that was mentioned before. Number 2, commercial space of a quality and size characteristic of a downtown business district. I would say that that should be a given. And I would hope that with design guidelines and with the way that the town, the CPDC is able to, work with the developer, that would just be a given. I don't know why that's something that's we can get if we give someone a waiver. Number 2, commercial space of quality and characteristic of what we want. We should just ask for that. And it's getting late and I have other comments, but I just want to say, is it possible to think about capping the waivers at 60 units per acre? I don't know why, at what point is too much? And I would say that probably 60 is a good place to cap it. I don't think that there should be waivers for anything going up to 80 units per acre. Thank you for all your work. And okay, good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
What's 18 Woburn? 63 units per acre?
I think
Something
so.
like that.
Yeah. There's a couple other hands. John Barnes has his hand raised.
Yes, John?
Hi, thank you. I know you guys are working really hard here, and I appreciate it. I applaud it. 2 comments. One, with respect to the tiers and the waivers, Julie, I just, and the reference to the historical preservation or rehabilitation. I think it's good that you're incentivizing developers in that way, but I just want to note section 7.2.5 in the design guidelines, which already require existing building facades with architectural significance are to be incorporated into new construction wherever feasible. And this is an interesting sentence. Protected buildings can be changed only with the approval of the Reading Historical Commission. So I don't know how you want to handle that with regard to the waivers, but technically speaking, I think more attention should be paid to the fact that developers already are required to wherever feasible, preserve these buildings and certainly obtain the approval of the Reading Historical Commission. The other comment I just wanted to make, and I know you men and women have a lot going on and little time. I had some comments to propose some changes, which I really would like you to consider. They're very different than what you've been talking about. They all go to clarifying in both the 40R bylaw and in the design guidelines CPDC's authority to regulate the architectural design of the projects and the degree to which these projects integrate and complement and are compatible with existing buildings, particularly, and my interest is in residential buildings. My proposals are to add clarification that authority does exist within the bylaw. It already exists, by the way, within the 760 CMR, where it specifically says that a municipality may adopt design standards to ensure that physical character will be complementary to nearby buildings and structures, will provide for a development consistent with the character of building types, streetscapes, and other community features. Design standards may address the scale, proportions, and exterior appearance. So my proposals are going to be to strengthen that language in the bylaw as well as in the design guidelines, and to include to make clear that you have the authority to deny proposals that don't conform with that requirement. I'm going to suggest, since I doubt that we're going to be able to get to that tonight, and I'll wait as long as it takes, but what I'm going to propose, Julie and Andrew, I did not have a version of the 40R bylaw or the design guidelines that I could make changes to. If you guys could send that to me, I would simply include my proposed changes for tomorrow or another day, and you can consider it at your leisure at another time between now and when you have to make this decision. In the meantime, I'll stick around. stick around if the opportunity presents itself to get into it tonight, but I wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thanks, John. All right. I did want to get some feedback from CPDC about the tiers and whether you think that they're broken out okay, and really anything you want to tell me.
No, I think they're easy to follow. You've got a method for picking and choosing based on the tier. I don't think they're overly restrictive. So I think they're good.
What about Tony's comments about changing the count?
I agree with that. In what, the units per acre?
I think maybe we could hear from Tony and he could kind of explain more about what he's thinking.
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Basically, I was looking at maximizing what we can get from the developers, and basically 21 to 40 units is when you hit up at the upper level, you're doubling your units, so we should get more. So I was trying to bring that down. We could make it 21 to 25 or 21 to 30. I'm looking at it from, in a perfect world, can I get this? Or this is what I'd like to get. Nobody ever gets what they want. So I figured if I threw it out there, we could at least discuss it and see if those unit counts made sense to people. If they don't make sense, or you prefer something a little higher, even a little lower, I'm okay with it. I think what Julie needs right now is a sense of where you stand so that she knows whether to keep the numbering as is or if you want to change the numbering.
Okay, what was the next tier 2? Oh, okay.
And I probably should note, since John, I think he said he's still on the call, the thing about historic is actually in the current bylaw as a waiver justification. So I just kept it. Yeah, I didn't, because I don't know if it just makes it like incentivizes it just that much more. So that maybe it could in the circumstance where it's like on the fence, it might push someone to the preservation side of the fence. I don't know, but it's in there currently.
Thanks, Julie. I don't mind it being there, but just I wanted to reinforce that you already have the authority to a lot of authority with respect to historical properties.
You know, in that category, I would say it's still helpful in those principles to signal what's important to the committee. I mean, it's the same way of, we added a principle about energy efficiency when, the state requirements are getting better and better all the time. So anyhow, I think it's still good to signal. And I like the tiers also. I think you've done a pretty good job, and I hope I'm not just getting tired here.
Heather, when you say you like the tiers, do you like the current existing numbers, or do you want to change the numbering?
Well, I'm pondering the numbers, and I have to admit, I'm having the charts that we have available to us are useful. I like Tony what you suggested for the very low threshold for the first tier.
Tier 1. Mm-hmm.
Tier 1. None of the projects that we've approved so far, none of them would have fit in the tier 2, according to the new numbers. But yeah, let me go back and look at this. According to
here's the problem with the existing numbering. All you have to do is provide 2 of these 6 requirements to get up to 60 units per acre.
Yeah.
Right. You only have to provide 2 of them. So you get a little open space, and you do historic preservation, and you can get 60. Well, I have to see what the other one is.
And so I see what you did, Tony, where you just suggested
Nailed it
for tier
down.
2, doubling that. And then when you get above 60, really give us way more benefit. I can roll with that.
Yep.
It can't just be 2 of those. Did I read that correctly? So you only need to provide 1 of these to get to 40. And then to get to 60, do you have to provide all of those plus 1 more?
Well, to get so I think you're right in what you said originally, right? Because it would be 1 in this category gets you to 40, right?
Yeah.
And then 1 in this category gets you to 60.
And that just
Yeah.
seems like it's not
Right.
significant.
So yeah, so let's figure out how to recategorize.
Are these all different? These 4 here are different from the other 3?
Yes, I think
Yes.
these are, yes. The only one that I repeat as it is the open space one. I didn't make it. I think it's this for tier 2 and tier 3.
And if we're
It
talking,
could be scaled
units.
for sure, but I didn't because I wasn't sure why. I just wasn't sure. So, but yeah, it's the same here, the open space one. So
At least 1 additional one. So you just provide 3 of these and you can do 80 units per acre. That's not going to work.
Mm-mm.
I think we could potentially say that you have to provide
2 from each.
all of them or something like that. To get to 60, you have to provide at least 2 of the other category plus 2 here. Start adding them up.
maybe it's like 60 is tripling the density, so maybe they provide 3.
At least 2 from tier 1 and at least
2
from tier 3. I think it just needs to be who's a mathematician? Tony, you're math, right?
Okay.
Exponential, sorry.
What if we did provide at least 2 additional from categories not already chosen?
I'm just looking at this requirement right here. 60 units per acre is 18 Woburn. And they did over 20% commercial. I understand it's a small building, right? But their parking is tight, right? Their parking is like at the minimum at best. So it's not unreasonable to say that you're going to do 2 of these. Get the commercial square footage where we want it, get the parking where we want it, and then something from the previous one. I don't think that's unreasonable at 60 units per acre.
Now, the only disagreement I have with the way you're thinking, Nick, is that it almost sounds like you're saying you do this and you can have it. And these are waivers.
No, I understand, Tony, but it still just seems too easy to get to the yes part. We might not say yes because they might provide 100 extra parking spaces and they're all 7 feet wide. You know what I mean? It's like, look at that and say, no, that's not going to work. Not everybody drives a motorcycle. I don't know. I think that you still have to weigh everything out, but I don't think that you should get to 60 units per acre in a tiered process by only providing 2 of the 7 options, that we threw out there. That just seems unreasonable. If they're that important, then to hold them to something.
Unless you change the numbering scheme where they've got to do 3 now to get to the 41 to 60.
Right.
Or 41 to 80.
So the more things we require, I feel like we need to add a couple more choices. Like, I don't know, or make them like a little bit less hard. I'm just trying not to like completely kill investment in town. Like we want like we want projects that give us what we want, right? We don't want no development and at all. I mean, I don't know. Am I wrong? Like, we're not going to get any of these things if we make them all so hard and we require all of them. You know,
Do you have the Gold Street stats up?
which stats?
Gold Street, is that included in some of the stats?
Like on the sidebar?
No, the tables that we had,
Sure.
the tables that showed all of the
Parking.
right, it had parking, it had density, it had square footage.
Yeah, let me just find it. Hold on. Yeah. This one?
Yep,
Yeah.
Ace Flats. That's the Gold
Sorry.
Street project.
Yeah, and I didn't even mean, I meant Shoot Street, basically.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoots on there.
Wasn't even thinking of that one. Because they're pushing that 80 unit number, getting close.
They were, but it's dropped down.
Right. But you can see what what's the we have lot square footage.
Yeah, it's at the first column.
Sorry, that's the lot.
So if help me think about this, because if the desire here is to continue for people to invest in Reading, right? And to get more affordable units. But, clearly, 80 units an acre is too high. And we have one development here that's at 21.7 and that has no commercial component to it at all, right? That's the entirely residential. And so I guess what I'm thinking is, is the sweet spot in terms of desire, in that 20 to 40 range. I'm going to say I'd be hard pressed to bet that there's any development with residential over commercial that is in that range on the types of footprints that we're talking about here. But that would be the push. And so shouldn't we be sort of incentivizing that instead of, and then ratcheting up the requirements much above that dramatically? Like, shouldn't that be the sweet spot? And then there's a big jump in requirements, anything above, say, 40.
That's what I was trying to see by this table, was where is the project that provides the most of what we want, okay, with, call it the least impact. And right, and so that after that benchmark, that's when the requirement should get stricter. And so Tony's changing of the numbers was starting to do that a little bit, right? Because he said, well, the top end of this is too easy to achieve. You're double by just giving me a little park. So I know we're trying to finish this, but these tiers they're the right way to do it, and we just need to refine them a little bit.
So I guess if I think that's a smart way to think about it. And I was when I was looking at this the other day, I was trying to figure it out as well. Like, what's the sweet spot, and like, where would you, like, do we want projects that are between 20 and 60 units per acre, and then anything more than that is like much harder to achieve? And like, or I mean, where do we want to, what do we want to try to achieve?
Well, I think I personally, right, once you get above that, maybe it's 60, maybe it's even a little bit higher than that, but right, that's where the externalities of the project really need to be carefully managed, and sort of try and get more out of it, right? So that we're mitigating all those other externalities that we're experiencing. And so to me, it looks like right just under that. I think 60 is probably that threshold, right? Just a little bit below what most of these are coming in at.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these, and I know the unit counts I would have wanted, and I'm coming up with like 65, 68 for the larger ones, and so that's, I'm topping off at that 60-ish number.
Sorry, say that again, Nick.
I recall discussions for several of these where I was concerned about the building mass, and we tried to push for less units, and the numbers of units that I was thinking of on this table would end up in the mid-60s for the larger projects. So I'm thinking that a number in the 60s gets you a decent project, because it usually has enough size or enough variability to start giving you the components that you want.
Like a density in the 60s.
Yeah, sorry, a density in the 60s is usually a project that can afford both physically and economically to give you the parts you want and make something vibrant, right? Because frankly, I mean, you look at a number like 60 units per acre, 63 for 18 Woburn Street, but it's only 6 units, right? That building has that deck level, that commercial level that could be fairly successful, and it's a small footprint. The parking's kind of shitty, but I mean, potentially with a little more work or a little more space, it would have been perfect or something. So that's why I'm thinking that 60 number, after the 60 number or mid 60s or something, is when it should get more difficult.
So it gets more difficult in the mid to high 60s, or like, what if we made it get more difficult at 70?
No. 65.
65.
65.
60.
Figure out how to make this stupid camera work.
Are you trying to show us something, Nick?
Yeah, it should be a curve that gets exponentially.
Oh, it's your background that's making it. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, it should get steeper, right? It should get more difficult as you try to add more units.
Yep.
Right, and that doesn't have to happen in 10 unit segments. It could happen in 1 unit segments, but it seems to me like in the 60s provides a developer with a lot of opportunity to make something happen and still come up with a lot of benefits for the town as well, for the area.
Okay. That's good, really good feedback.
So, and I guess maybe I put this in the category of 65 and up, just to have a number to play around with. But, I'm looking again and doing some math around, say, the open space at what we have as tier 3, and we'll kind of park what those numbers are. But I'm realizing, oh shoot, you went away from the chart.
I'm sorry, I thought
that's okay. That's
tier
okay.
3.
Yes, tier 3, and I am looking at I was looking at your screen, not my screen, with the
Here, I'll
numbers.
show you the chart. Is this what
It's
you?
okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking open space. I think it was 10 square feet per unit above 20. Some of them, if you're going up to like 75, that's only, let me see, 10. It's like 250 square feet. Where I'm looking at some of them have, at least by our current definition of open space, have somehow managed 1,000 feet of open space. So I want to make sure that we're not inadvertently getting ourselves less than
Yep.
we are now. And again, in this category of making it harder and knowing that it's harder to fit all that in, you've got to do way more creative design if you're going to go for a higher density. But I think that's been one of the points of frustration.
I am concerned about, right, the open space numbers of trying to put a square footage on that, because right, that number, right, that you just cited, well, what did you say, Heather?
Well, if it was 10 square feet per unit above 20, if you're at 75 units, oh, my math is bad. Sorry, it's still only like 500 square feet, which
that's less, right, that's less than 2 parking spaces.
yes, and that's less than what
right?
some of the projects have gotten have provided already.
Right. So that's not really, I mean, maybe just right conceptually, 2 parking spaces full of grass and a bench or two, right? I mean, sure, that's great. But it all depends, or that could be fantastic, or that could be all bushes, right? Like the quality of that really depends. I mean, how good that is and how worth it, that really depends on the quality and the openness and all the stuff that we started up this meeting with. So
yeah,
I'm very wary of putting square footage on that on open space, because it, like it can vary so much.
So what would you like? How would you do that differently? And then I guess I did also want to point out then, like, because Heather's point is correct that like we have gotten more in a lot of the projects, but they're not public. Like there's not like none of this stuff that we've calculated is public. So like
that's not by like our new definition, right?
Right. So then we need to be careful. Like if we're trying to, like, I get your point. We don't want to like undersell and get less than we could, right? But like, we want to get the right mix, right?
Yeah. And I'm thinking about, I wish I thought about this earlier when I was more awake, but I'm thinking about how to somehow quantify or describe, that the quality of what we get. It is when it's just by square feet, it can be like, okay, here's some pavers. There's our open space.
So we have a section about open space design that we didn't really talk about tonight.
Oh, right. Okay.
Where we can kind of like clarify more about what we mean.
Okay. And again, I'm thinking about making it better as you get to the higher densities.
When you look at, we could potentially have a table like this that had all these different items. And then when the developer comes in with their scheme, they can fill it in and look at what percentages their design provides. We can sort of, as a board, we can look at those and quantify them subjectively. Oxymoron, but and we know when they're giving us balconies what that means versus something at grade that's full of shrubs, or some walkable path that cuts through and creates that space, right? So
we can talk about connectivity, private space, air for residents, visual improvement from the street. I like that idea of just doing a chart.
make them provide a narrative of the open space and how it meets our goals.
Yeah.
All this stuff. Have them give us the info. And we'll rate it. We'll rank it. But open space is a priority for the town. Everyone's commented on that. So it's one of those, it's a requirement for any of the tiers, I think. I don't even, you know, when you're doing LEED, I don't know if anyone's ever done LEED, but LEED has sort of minimum prerequisites. You can't even get the credit until you hit the prerequisite first, right? So you've got to reduce water usage by X before you can even start to get points for LEED. And that's how the tiers should work too. Open space maybe is a requirement. You must provide open space and one of the following, something like that.
Yep. And I like the idea of requiring them to provide a narrative of how the open space meets the overall goals that we describe in like our design guidelines and the overall. We have. I think we've got a lot of language about what we're trying to achieve in terms of the feel of the street.
So, and then in terms of like not being too vague about open space so that we can get a decent amount of it, like, you know, I think just having them provide like a narrative of how they meet our goals, like, again, then we're still not going to be able to be like, well, you don't meet this requirement because you didn't give us such and such amount. Like, I don't know. Do we need more teeth?
Yeah, no, I think we do. I think we need something that we can hang on to when we're discussing it.
Yeah.
Well, can we also, I hate to bring this up, but the whole payment in lieu, Julie, if you say that we could do that in Massachusetts now, that's a game changer, especially for, you know, open space or parking or something. Right, there's value to that space. We could figure it out. We could equate it to the value, the cost of a parking space, because that's how they're going to value it. You know, $50,000 for whatever that comes out to, right? You know that a parking spot costs about 50 grand structured. You know, call it $200 a square foot for open space. And they can, I don't know, I'm winging it here, but, you know, is there some way that we can structure something like that? And I'll say and the reason why I'm picking that up is because right then, if the town has money for open space, then we could actually steer it towards something that is beneficial instead of, you know, these little strips of nothingness that they're going to try and push on us.
Do you have ideas about, and we can do some research and try to figure this out, but like what would be a good price? And I know Dave and Sarah and Mary Ellen had proposed an idea, and maybe they're right on target. I don't really know, but like,
I'd like to do a little bit of research on it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Katrina, don't you have some of these numbers? You're in transportation.
Good to know where to find them, but I agree that a payment in lieu is a great idea and could help or directly get at the stated goals.
Yeah, but it can't be for 100% of things, right? I mean, they still have to put up they can't just put up a block edge to edge and say, well, put this elsewhere, right? It's the issue we had when somebody proposed to put all of the affordable units in the St. Agnes building, right? And take them away from their other development.
Right.
We can't do that.
I guess that's why we're keeping the setback requirements minimum of 2
Right. And okay, so I'm going to say this even, well, with some hesitancy, because I don't want to create a ruckus or anything, but you know, the price should be relative to what it might cost, say, if we wanted to create a more substantial path or path through a block or park, say, in that downtown area and in the area that's being built up. So that's what I want to think about. I mean, it's all in Reading, and so land property values are probably all very similar, but I think we should do a little bit of research about what this how to quantify that. And I know we need to do it quickly.
Yeah.
Does the town actually have a mechanism for accepting payment in lieu?
We would probably have to establish a special, I don't know if it would be a special revenue account or a revolving fund via town meeting.
Really? Because I thought that we had that in place for housing, right?
So we have an affordable housing trust fund, but it's a whole separate animal that's really not very functional the way it's currently set up. We might end up with something similar, but easier to manage. I'd have to talk. It's not my area of expertise, like how the town finances work. So I'd have to figure that out.
It would be a good problem to have, I guess.
Right. So did anybody have any thoughts about whether the commercial square foot or commercial percentages are correct, or if you want to try to make them more like Tony suggested?
Did we end up with that 12.5% earlier?
Yes. I mean, I put it in, but like knowing that you guys might sleep on it and decide to change it.
I mean, I guess I don't know how you make commercial space at the ground floor of a building be 50% of the building's gross floor area.
He says the gross floor
of the
area
ground
is
floor.
Ground floor, yeah. That would make sense.
And is this the right level to do that, or do we do that at the higher level, at the tier 3, making it
I think
harder?
at the higher level should be 100%.
Okay.
We've got an example of that.
Yeah.
So, all right. So yeah, I will, wait, do you mean higher level? Do you mean tier? Well, like whatever we decide the threshold is 65 or whatever, like the one that's after that.
Yeah, the top tier, if somebody's going to be allowed to do 80 units per acre, then that whole first floor should be commercial. There's no reason it shouldn't be. That's a big building. That's going to have 2 stair cores, multiple elevators, right? That's not a little building.
We don't have any buildings. I'll just point out, we don't have any buildings that are fully at 80 units per acre. Ace Flats is at 78 and 30 Haven was at 70.
Shoot Street's original first meeting was like 34 units, I think, or something. So it was probably 80.
Yeah, it was originally.
And remember, it's not 80 as the point, it's something to 80, be it 60 or 65 to 80.
Right. Okay.
So, and then like, do you not want a tier that contemplates more than 80? Like, is that just a complete deal? Like you're never going to allow that on any lot.
Should we just say over 65? And you do, when you get to over the 80, you're getting more, but maybe we should just put that all at over 65 units per acre. I'm still kind of making up 65, or is that too much?
I cannot wrap my head around a site in downtown Reading that would be acceptable, that would have, 80 units an acre. And my fear is even putting it on paper provides some sort of endorsement.
Provides what?
An endorsement.
And it provides an endorsement, like, well, it says that you can go up to 80 or over 80, like if we do all this stuff. I guess I'm coming to Heather's idea of keeping it at, over 65. Because I don't ever think that we just don't have that type of infrastructure that can handle something that dense.
So we don't need a tier 4.
But we can put the things in tier 4 at the over 65 level.
Right.
I mean, that's you guys may feel differently, but
I was going to suggest moving the affordability item into tier 3 anyway, since we want that to show up more often, at least.
We're just smarter than I am right now.
Keep going. You have to bring it back from the other one, or just use the format painter. Put your cursor on the C.
I'll figure it out tomorrow.
That format painter I've used so many times ever since you told us about it, Nick. I just have to tell you that. Life changing.
it is life changing. I don't know how I've lived without using that.
Show me how to do it.
Put your cursor on the B in front of building performance. No, a little lower.
On the letter.
On the letter B.
Capital letter.
Now go up to the format painter in the top left corner of the panels.
Over.
Paintbrush. There you go. Pick that.
Yeah.
Down and click on affordability in front of affordability. And you don't have
It
stop.
didn't move it over.
Yeah, it should do it, but I don't think they're using styles correctly or something.
Okay. But anyway, that's cool. Thank you for that. I'm glad to learn that. Okay. So this is really helpful feedback. Really, really helpful. Trying to think what else I want to know from you guys before I let you go home. Or you
We are home.
I'm the one that's not home. Okay. So think about how you might want to quantify open space, and I will as well.
Okay.
And yeah, this is great. I want to ask Andrew, Andrew, do you think that we need to get any more information? Do you have any questions or any thoughts? You've been very quiet.
Have been taking some diligent notes. I don't think I have any questions that haven't already been discussed personally until tomorrow when I wake up with a bunch of them.
Okay. All right. Do you guys want to go back to the sections we went past?
At least for a quick cursory glance.
Okay.
I'll try and keep my comments to a minimum.
I think for sanity's sake, we'll skip the parking conversation. We already had it.
Yep.
And then the other, actually, I think I need to, I'm not going to see all the changes. Let's do that. Okay. I just did some reformatting here. And then, so what else did we skip?
No, that's where we left off. Then we started
Okay.
skipping. You did the
thought there
parking.
was-
Design, I think.
Oh, the open space design. Yes, thank you. I just blew right past it. So here's where we can talk about how we want it to be clear that space on a private lot is meant to be public, if that's something we still want to consider. And then we have a paragraph about, to the extent possible, open space should be planned as single contiguous areas and configured contiguously with abutting open space areas. So that's redundant. Buildings adjacent to usable open space should generally be oriented to that space with access to the building opening onto the open space. The approving authority may require a project to provide public access from one or more streets, ways, or publicly accessed trails. We can put a lot of stuff in here about like how we want the open space to be treated. Or not, like if we don't want to be too prescriptive.
Well, they're going to have to come up with a design for us, aren't they? Julie?
I mean,
they'll have to come up with a design.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Okay, much the same way that the animal clinic did, right?
Trying to recall that project and my brain's not going there. You mean that like area where the dogs can run?
Yeah, they submitted a good and thorough landscaping plan.
Complete landscape.
Yeah, okay.
Design. Yep.
I didn't see the redundancy that you were referring to in the description.
This first sentence says the same thing twice, I think.
No. Open space will be a single continuous area, think of it as on the plot, and configured contiguously with abutting open space. So make sure your open space meets your neighbor's open space.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Great. No changes needed. All right, everyone's really quiet.
Well, you took away parking.
Tony, I just didn't think it would be good to go there at 12:30 p.m. a.m. 12:30 a.m.
And you've got my notes, so.
Yeah.
All right, affordable housing is next.
Scroll down. Up.
No changes.
Yeah, so this was your comment about keeping the district at 20%. So I think we talked about this. The one question for DHCD is whether we could have a smaller project, have an affordability requirement in projects less than 12 units or less. And then whether we want to increase the minimum lot size.
I don't think we want to increase the minimum lot size, but I would suggest that for smaller projects, we might want some sort of payment in lieu. Perhaps 10% for every new unit created. Or 10% of what an affordable unit would cost or something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge with payment in lieu to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund currently has 2 masters. And so it's very impossible to get money out. So it wouldn't necessarily be able to be used very easily back in the district to help with district affordability. But yeah, we can think about that, Tony.
Okay.
I would
can
like
see,
to
like-
understand what the impact is of, or would be of increasing the minimum lot size. Like how
Sorry,
many-
can you say that again, John?
Sorry, I had to change my microphone. I would like to see what the impact would be if you, two things, right? If you can talk to DHCD about the possibility of doing that, but also, changing it up to 6,000 square foot, like how many properties are we talking about? And like, what are those, and what's the likelihood or the feasibility of them being redeveloped anyhow?
Okay. Definitely.
Right, because we don't, I guess, I think it would be counter to the village feel if a lot of the downtown smaller buildings got replaced with, 5-unit buildings, 5 building residential units, no commercial at the bottom. Right, that's not what we're going for, and that might be what we're in store for here.
If we increase the minimum lot size, but like don't increase it enough.
No, if we do nothing.
If we do nothing, okay,
Yes.
I see.
More Chapin Street developments.
And that was on about a 6,000 square foot lot.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, that was fine. That's fine where it was, but if that starts happening in the, on Haven Street, it's not what we want.
well, I guess I would say, like, in counter to that, if the 4,000 square foot lots, guess what am I trying to say? So like a lot that's less than 6,000 square feet could be developed under business B. Never mind. I think my logic is circular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. It's late.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else? And is there anyone from the public still here? Yes. John Barnes has his hand raised.
Okay. John?
Yes, thank you. So I guess I'm ready to give you my proposals. I'm kidding. But I would like to ask, would I be able to submit them to you, Julie, and to Andrew, and then it can be shared? Will there be time for them to be shared then with the commission in terms of making a decision, or is it too late?
There's time.
Okay.
Yeah, you can submit them to us and we'll incorporate them into our next round of changes, and note that they came from you.
Great, thank you.
Sarah?
Well, I just wanted to know, what is our deadline in order to get these to town meeting in April?
So this deadline's still the same as it was before, but I'll remind everyone, it's a great question. So like town meeting, I think, starts April 25th, right? So working back from there, the warrant closes March 1st. Typically, the select board has to close the warrant at some point in February. And we need, before that, we need town council to review all of the proposal. Plus, we also need to send it to DHCD. So in this case, because it's, their statute, right? So we want to finish everything here by the end of January so that we can submit it to DHCD and give them the 90 days they need to potentially give us feedback before town meeting, and then submit it to town council so they can turn it around in a couple of weeks for the select board to be able to close the warrant.
Okay, so are we doing one more meeting, or are we gonna talk about that, or?
Yes, so the next CPDC meeting is Monday, January 24th. And we have a spot at 9:00 p.m. for this.
We didn't really get to do a whole lot of public feedback tonight.
Didn't?
We did.
Not really.
I actually felt like there was, maybe not everything got to be said, but I felt like this was actually a wonderful public discourse where we had more of a conversation than just a hearing type thing.
Right. We had moments, but there was a lot of CPD discussion on things that were just CPDC related. I don't know. So.
Well, Sarah, right, all of this is public related. It's just that some people only have interest in one or another.
Okay, but I mean, I thought it was a public hearing, like not a public, like a time for just public feedback. I didn't realize it was a regular CPDC type of meeting where we could ask questions, that's all. So anyway, and then so the 24th is going to be a late night then. So we won't get on till after 9, and then we have to do our final going through these things. Is that?
We're under a bit of a time crunch, I'm afraid.
Is there anything after 9:00 on 24th?
There are some things, yeah.
So how much time will there be on the 24th, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, it's the last like scheduled thing, and then there's some planning updates and other topics, which may or may not happen or may end up getting wedged in somewhere else throughout the meeting. I just want to like opine that I think that was one of the most public of public hearings the CPDC has had in a really long time. So
it was.
Like I feel very proud of this conversation we had tonight.
No, I think everybody had an opportunity to contribute.
Still more to contribute. So.
Well, we'll be talking tomorrow, Sarah.
Yeah.
At Park.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right.
Thank you, everybody. I'm still hanging in here too. I appreciate all your time. And
no problem.
5-hour meeting has got to be a new record.
No, it's not.
Oh my God. Oh, man.
We can do it all over again tomorrow night.
Just the norm here.
I'd like to entertain a motion to resolve this meeting.
Move to adjourn.
I think we need a motion to continue this if we can.
Right,
please.
you should have it continue this public hearing.
Oh, yes. I'll move to continue the hearing on our 40R bylaw updates to January 24th. Is that what we were just talking about?
Yes.
At a time?
9
9
o'clock.
o'clock.
At 9 o'clock.
I'll second that.
Okay. Hand vote. Can't see my hand. Yep, me too.
I don't get the vote. I forgot.
Got it, John. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
That's it.
Adjourn.
Thank you.
All in
Night.
favor? All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Great work.
Phew.